The desert at night isn't just dark. It's physical weight. When you're pulling 80,000 pounds of freight through a dead zone, the world outside your windshield ceases to exist. There's only the rhythmic vibration of the tires, the dull green glow of the instrument cluster, and the narrow corridor of pavement illuminated by your high beams. It's called the hypnotic mile. It's that state where your brain starts to uncouple from your body. You're awake, but you're not quite there. You start to interpret the static on the radio as distant voices. You see shadows at the edge of the tree line that look like people waiting for a bus that will never come. Most of the time, you just blink, shake your head, and take another swig of lukewarm coffee. You tell yourself it's just the fatigue talking. But what happened 3 years ago on the border of the Northern Territories wasn't the fatigue. I know that now. Because fatigue doesn't leave physical scars on your psyche. And it certainly doesn't ask you questions that make you want to stop living. I was 10 hours into a cross-country run. The route took me through a stretch of highway that shouldn't exist. A 100-mile vacuum of old-growth forest and jagged rock. No cell service. No emergency turnouts. Just a ribbon of asphalt cutting through a wall of black pines. I was fighting a heavy case of the lead eyelids when I saw it. A flicker of white on the right shoulder. My first thought was a deer. I hovered my foot over the brake, waiting for the inevitable bolt across the road. But as I swept past it at 65 miles per hour, my headlights caught a shape that made my stomach do a slow, cold roll. It was upright. Small. I checked my side mirror. The red glow of my trailer's clearance lights illuminated the shoulder as I pulled away. There, standing perfectly still against the backdrop of the impenetrable woods, was a child. My heart didn't just jump, it hammered. Every survival instinct I had developed over 15 years of driving told me to keep my foot on the gas. Keep moving. Don't look back. It's a trap. But then, the other voice spoke up. The voice of a father. What if it's a wreck? What if there's a car upside down in the ditch, and that kid's the only survivor? I groaned, hissing through my teeth as I slammed on the air brakes. The rig groaned in protest, the tires screaming as I brought the massive machine to a halt on the narrow shoulder. The silence that followed the engine's idle was deafening. It felt like the forest was leaning in, curious. I shifted into reverse. This is the part that haunts me. The sheer effort it took to go backward in that thing. The backup beeper echoed off the trees. Beep, beep, beep. A mechanical, lonely sound in the void. I watched the mirrors, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, until the small figure came back into the red wash of my taillights. I stopped the truck and killed the engine. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no wind, just the ticking of the cooling manifold. I rolled down the passenger window. The air that rushed in was unnaturally cold, smelling of damp earth and something sweet, like rotting fruit. "Hey, kid, you okay?" I called out. The boy didn't look at me. He was maybe 6 or 7, wearing thin, pale blue pajamas. He was barefoot. His skin was the color of a fish's belly, a translucent, sickly white. He was staring toward the tree line, his head tilted at an angle that looked just a bit too sharp, like a bird's. "Kid!" I tried again, my voice firmer. "Where are your parents? Is there a car?" Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he turned his head. In the dim light of the cab, I couldn't make out his eyes. They looked like 2 smudges of charcoal rubbed into a pale mask. His face was wrong. It was smooth. Too smooth. Like a doll that hadn't been fully painted. There were no lines of fear. No tears. No shivering. Just a blank porcelain vacuum where a child's expression should be. "Lost," he whispered. The voice didn't come from his chest. It sounded like it was being projected from a distance. Thin and dry as parchment. "I can see that, buddy," I said, my hand inching toward the door handle. "Look, it's freezing out here. Why don't you just hop in the cab? I've got a heater and some water. We'll find your folks." He didn't move. He took one jerky step toward the truck, his bare feet making no sound in the sharp gravel. He stopped about 5 feet from my door. Can't, he rasped. The path is right there. I can't find the opening. It's too dark. He gestured with a small, stiff hand toward the woods. I looked past him. The trees were dense, a solid wall of black needles and twisted branches. There was no path, no light, just a vertical graveyard of timber. There's no house in there, kid, I said, a cold prickle of dread crawling up my spine. Come on, get in the truck. Please, he said, and for a second, he sounded almost human, almost scared. My leg, it hurts. I can't walk to the path. If you just step out for a second, your light would show me the way. My hand was on the door latch. I was halfway to pulling it. I wanted to help. God, I wanted to be the fucking hero. But as I leaned forward to look at his hurt leg, the angle of my headlight shifted. The light cut behind him, and I stopped breathing. Connected to the small of the boy's back, hidden beneath the hem of his pajama top, was a cord. It wasn't a rope. It wasn't a shadow. It was a thick, biological tube, about the width of a fire hose. It was a deep, bruised purple-black, matte and hairless. It emerged from his spine and snaked back, trailing across the gravel like a bloated serpent, before disappearing into the deep, absolute shadows of the forest floor. As I watched, the tube pulsed. A slow rhythmic wave of movement traveled from the woods, through the cord, and into the boy's back. With every pulse, his small frame would twitch, his shoulders jerking like a puppet on a wire. It wasn't a child. It was an appendage. The boy was the lure, on the end of a very long, very dark line. I sat back, my heart slamming against my ribs so hard it blurred my vision. I didn't say a word. I couldn't. I just stared at the obscene umbilical cord throbbing in the dirt. The child thing realized I had seen it. The mask of the lost boy didn't just drop. It curdled. The blank, smooth skin of his face tightened, pulling back against the bone, until he looked like a mummified corpse. Those dark smudge eyes didn't widen. They deepened, becoming twin pits of nothingness. The silence of the forest was broken by a sound I'll never forget. It was the sound of something massive moving deep within the trees. A wet, heavy, sliding sound, like a carpet being dragged over raw meat. The boy's head snapped straight. He wasn't looking at me with plea anymore. He was looking at me with a cold, ancient hunger. Come out, he said. And the voice was no longer a whisper. It was a tectonic grind. It was a sound that came from the earth itself, vibrating the floorboards of my truck, rattling the teeth in my skull. It was deep, resonant, and impossibly old. It wasn't the voice of a kid. It was the voice of that thing at the other end of the tube. Come out. My hand flew to the ignition. I fumbled with the key, my fingers feeling like sausages. I could hear the noise of the tube retracting, pulling the boy closer to the woods, as if the thing in the dark was preparing to strike. What are you? I screamed, the words tearing out of my throat as the diesel engine roared to life. The boy stopped. He stood on the edge of the gravel, his pajama top fluttering in a sudden exhaust from my pipes. He looked at the truck, really looked at it, with a sense of profound, wary annoyance. He tilted his head one last time, a full 90-degree snap. Why the fuck are humans smarter now? The thing rasped, a sound like stones grinding in a hopper. I didn't wait for an explanation. I slammed the shifter into gear and dumped the clutch. The truck lurched, the tires spinning and throwing gravel like buckshot. I heard a high, whistling shriek from the woods, a sound of pure, predatory frustration. But I didn't look back. I drove. I drove for 4 hours without stopping. I blew through 3 wait stations. I didn't care. I didn't slow down until I hit the outskirts of a major city, where the streetlights were bright and the horizon was filled with the glow of 1,000 human lives. I pulled into a truck stop, walked into the manager's office, and handed him my keys. I told him I was done. I didn't give a reason. I didn't ask for my last check. I just walked to my car and drove home in the dawn light. I don't drive long haul anymore. I work in a warehouse now. It's loud. It's bright. And there's people everywhere. I like the noise. I like the fluorescent lights that never turn off. But sometimes, when I'm driving my daughter home from a late practice, I'll see a shape on the side of the road. A white trash bag. A crooked fence post. A pale tree trunk. And my mind goes back to that question. Why are we smarter now? It haunts me because of what it implies. It implies that there was a time when we weren't. A time when we were simpler. When we heard a voice in the dark and we just followed it. It implies that for every one of us who stays in the truck, there were 1,000 before us who stepped out. They're still out there. They're in the dead zones. In the places where the radio turns to static and maps go blank. They're waiting for the one driver who isn't smarter. They're waiting for the one person who still believes in helping a kid. So if you're ever out there, and the night feels a little too heavy, and you see something standing on the shoulder, don't be a hero. Don't be kind. Just drop your eyes on the road and your foot on that gas. Because the things in the woods are learning, and they're getting tired of being hungry. I've got 4 months left until my retirement. 4 months of night shifts in Pine Hollow, where the back roads cut through the sections of forest so thick, the pines lean over the asphalt like they're trying to meet in the middle. No streetlights out here. Just your headlights, the yellow line, whatever's waiting in the dark between the trees. I've worked this beat for 23 years. I know every pothole, every blind curve, and every place where kids park to drink or worse. I know which houses call in noise complaints and which ones we roll past without slowing down. I know the Barrens. Or, I thought I did. It was a Tuesday in October when dispatch forwarded me the call. 2:47 a.m. I was parked in a lot behind the shuttered BP station, halfway through a thermos of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago, when the radio crackled.
Unit 12, you get a report of an injured person on Barren Road, approximately 2 miles past the turnoff from Route 9. Caller states they're unable to move and requesting assistance.
I keyed the radio. Copy that. Caller give a description of injuries? Static. Then?
Caller disconnected. Phone number came back to a disconnected line.
That should have been my first warning. 10-4, en route. I put the cruiser in gear and pulled onto Route 9. The road was empty. It always is at this hour. Pine Hollow doesn't have much nightlife, unless you count the deer that jump out in front of your bumper, with occasional drunks stumbling home from Mackey's bar. The drive to Barren Road takes about 15 minutes from the BP station. 15 minutes of nothing but darkness and trees pressing in from both sides. Route 9 is straight enough during the day, but at night, the place tricks on you. The trees make shadows that look like movement. The fog banks that settle in the low spots and make you slow down to a crawl. I've made this drive 1,000 times, 10,000 times. But tonight, something felt different. The radio was too quiet. Usually there's chatter. State police checking in. Dispatch handling noise complaints. Tonight there was nothing. Just static and the hum of my tires on asphalt. I checked my mirrors. No headlights behind me. No taillights ahead. Just me and the empty road. The pines got taller as I drove. Older. The kind that had been there since before the town was founded. Before the roads were paved. Some of them have trunks so wide, 3 men couldn't wrap their arms around them. They stand like sentinels, watching traffic pass, patient and ancient, and completely indifferent to human concerns. My headlights caught something on the shoulder. Just a flash. Probably a deer. But when I glanced in my rearview mirror, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing there. Tall. Motionless. I looked again. Nothing but empty road. The turnoff on Barren Road appeared on my right. No sign. No reflectors. Just a gap in the trees, and a strip of cracked asphalt disappearing into the dark. I slowed and made the turn. Barren Road is what we call a nothing road. It doesn't go anywhere important. It cuts through a section of state forest that locals call the Barrens because nothing much grows there except pine trees. Tall ones. Old ones. The kind that block out the sky, even in daylight. The road itself is barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass. No shoulder to speak of. Just pavement, then dirt, then trees. If you break down out there, you're walking back to Route 9, or waiting for a tow that might take an hour to arrive. The fog was starting to roll in, thick and low. The kind that swallows sound and turns the world into a gray of nothing. I slowed down, scanning both sides of the road. My speedometer dropped to 20, then 15. The trees seemed closer here. Their branches reached over the road like they were trying to touch. In my peripheral vision, they looked like arms, like fingers. I shook my head. 23 years on this job and I was getting spooked by trees? My radio squelched.
Jack?
It was Moreno, my usual night shift backup. He sounded tense. Yeah?
You heading to that call on Barren Road?
That's affirmed. Silence. Long enough that I almost called his name again.
Be careful out there.
I frowned. It's just an injury call, Lewis. Probably some kid who wrecked his four-wheeler.
Yeah,
He didn't sound convinced.
just be careful.
You sound weird. Everything all right? Another pause.
Jack, how long have we worked together?
12 years. Why?
You trust me?
Of course.
Then turn around. No dispatch, you can't locate the subject. Clear the call and head back to Route 9.
I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October cold. Lewis, what's going on?
Please, I'm asking you, as a friend, turn around.
I'm almost at the location. If someone's hurt...
No one's hurt.
His voice sounded final.
No one's ever hurt out there.
What does that mean? The radio went quiet. I drove another mile. The fog thickened. My headlights barely punched through it now, turning everything 10 feet ahead into a wall of white. I slowed into a crawl. That's when I saw the figure, standing on the shoulder of the road, just standing there, facing me. I hit the brakes and put the cruiser in park, leaving the engine running. My spotlight cut through the fog. The figure didn't move, didn't raise a hand to shield their eyes. It just stood there. I keyed the radio. Unit 12, I got a visual on a subject at the scene. Single individual. Appears to be standing. No vehicle visible.
Copy that, Unit 12.
I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the cruiser. The cold hit me immediately. October in Pine Hollow gets down to the 30s at night. My breath fogged in front of my face. The silence was absolute. No wind, no insects, no animals. Nothing but my own breathing and the idle of my cruiser's engine. Pine Hollow Police. I called out. Are you the one that called for help? The figure didn't respond. I walked closer, flashlight up. The beam caught details. Male, average height, wearing jeans and a dark jacket. His head was tilted at an odd angle, like he was trying to look at something on the ground. Sir, are you injured? He spoke, his voice calm, flat, like he was reading from a script. I can't stand. But he was standing. I stopped walking. Sir, you appear to be standing right now. Can you tell me what happened? I can't stand. Please, send police. The exact same phrasing, the exact same inflection. I swept my flashlight across the ground around him. No blood, no skid marks, no vehicle. The shoulder was packed with dirt and pine needles. I should have seen tire tracks, footprints, something. Instead, I saw prints, deep ones, pressed into the dirt like something heavy had been standing there for a long time. But the prints were wrong. Too many of them, clustered together in a pattern that didn't match human feet. "Sir, I'm gonna need you to turn around slowly and show me your hands." He didn't move. Then, from the trees behind him, I heard it. Crying. A woman's voice, muffled and distant. "Hello?" I aimed my flashlight at the tree line. The beam disappeared into the dark. The pines were too close together, too thick. I couldn't see more than a few feet in. "Ma'am, this is Pine Hollow Police. Can you come toward my voice?" The crying stopped. The man in front of me tilted his head in the other direction. The movement was smooth. Too smooth. Like his neck didn't have the same joints as mine. "I can't stand," he said again. My radio crackled. Moreno's voice, tight and urgent.
"Jack, you still at the scene?"
I keyed the radio without taking my eyes off the figure. "Affirm. I got a possible second subject in the woods, requesting backup."
"Negative. Stay in your vehicle."
"Lewis, I got someone in the trees who might be injured."
"Jack,
His voice dropped.
don't go into the trees. Don't approach the subject. Get back in your cruiser."
"What the hell are you talking about?"
Listen to me very carefully. Whatever that thing is saying, whatever it sounds like, it's not hurt. It isn't human. And if you get too close, it won't let you leave the same way."
My mouth went dry. "Lewis,
I need you to walk back to your vehicle. Don't turn your back on it. Don't fucking take your eyes off it. And for God's sake, don't help it up if it falls."
you're not making sense."
"Jack, I found something in your locker last week. A notepad with your handwriting. You need to get back in your car so I can explain."
The figure in front of me shifted its weight. When it did, I saw its legs. They bent wrong. Not backward, not broken, just wrong. Like there were too many joints. Like the knees could bend in directions they shouldn't. I took a step back. "Officer Mercer," the figure said. I hadn't told it my name. "You're taking a long time." My hand went to my sidearm. "Identify yourself." It didn't answer. Instead, it took a step toward me. The movement was all wrong. Its leg bent at the knee. Then it bent again, halfway down the shin. Then again at the ankle. 3 joints where there should have been 1.
"Jack, what's happening?"
Moreno's voice was frantic now. "It's moving, Lewis. Its legs. There's something wrong with its legs."
"Get in the car, now."
The figure took another step. I could see its face now in the spill of my flashlight. Human features. Eyes. Nose. Mouth. But the proportions were just slightly off. The eyes were too far apart. The mouth was too wide. And when it smiled, I saw too many teeth. Row after row of them. Crowding its mouth like they'd been installed by someone who didn't understand how human teeth worked. I backed toward the cruiser, slowly, keeping my flashlight on the figure. "Officer Mercer," it said. "You're almost done working." "How do you know my name?" "You told me, last time. And the time before that." My heel hit the edge of the pavement. I was almost to the cruiser.
"Jack, can you reach the door?"
The figure tilted its head again. This time, I heard something pop, like joints cracking, but louder and more wet. "They send new ones," it continued. "They always do. Young ones. They smell different, taste different." I grabbed the door handle. The figure lunged. Not running, not walking. It moved like a spider,
all its joints bending wrong, propelling it forward faster than anything human-shaped should move. I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, slammed it shut, hit the locks. The figure crashed against my window, its face pressed against the glass. I could see it clearly now in the dome light. The skin wasn't skin at all. It was something else. Something that had been stretched and shaped to look like skin. And underneath, I could see the framework. Branches, pine branches, woven together in the approximate shape of a person.
Jack, answer me.
The thing's mouth opened, impossibly wide. I saw deep into its throat, saw more branches, saw pine needles, saw something moving in there. Something pale and segmented, like a grub.
Jack, drive.
I slammed the cruiser into reverse and hit the gas. The tires spun in the dirt. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me go, still smiling with too many teeth, its hand pressed against my window hard enough to leave streaks. Not handprints, sap. I made it back to Route 9. Moreno met me at the PP station 15 minutes later. He pulled up next to my cruiser and got out. Looked at my window. Saw the sap streaks. He didn't ask what I saw. He just looked at my notepad in my hand and nodded. I didn't remember pulling it from the glove box, but there it was. Small, black, my handwriting. "It's been calling for 30 years, he said. Maybe longer. Why doesn't anyone remember? I don't know, but I found my own notes 6 years ago." He pulled out a similar notepad, same handwriting, same warnings. "We think it does something, changes something. You forget the details. You forget the calls. But the logbook, you forget that too. By next week, you won't remember any of this." He met my eyes. "That's why we write it down. That's why I put the notepad in your glove box 3 weeks ago, after the last time." "The last time?" He nodded. "You've been out there 26 times in 5 years, Jack. 26 times. And every time, you forget." I opened the notepad with shaking hands, flipped through the pages. Dates, times, descriptions of calls. All of them to Barron Road. All of them in my handwriting. June 3rd. It wore someone's face tonight. Someone I knew. Charlie Simmons from high school. Charlie died in 2003. August 17th. It spoke with my daughter's voice. Asked me why I never visit. Sarah lives in California. I visit twice a year. September 22nd. It let me go again. It always lets me go. I think it's waiting for something. The last entry was dated 3 weeks ago. It told me I'm almost done. It knows I'm retiring. It knows new cops are coming. I looked at Moreno. "Have you told anyone? The chief? The state police?" "I've tried. They don't remember either. Or they think I'm fucking crazy. Or..." He stopped, looked away. "Or they already know. And they send us anyway." That's insane. Is it? Think about it, Jack. How many small-town cops have disappeared over the years? How many of them were last seen responding to calls on empty roads? How many investigations went nowhere because there was no evidence? No witnesses? No body? I didn't want to think about it. "Go home," Moreno said. "Get some sleep. Write everything down while you remember it. Hide it somewhere you'll find it. Because in a few days, this is all gonna feel like a fucking dream. In a few days after that, you won't remember it at all." He was right. By the end of that week, the details had started to blur. By the end of the month, I couldn't remember why I'd written those notes. They felt like someone else's handwriting, someone else's paranoia. But I kept the notepad, and I started carrying it with me, every shift. I retired 4 months later, moved to a town 3 hours south, somewhere flat,
somewhere without tall pines and back roads that go nowhere. I thought I was done. Thought moving away would be enough. For a while, it was. I got a job doing security at a shopping mall. Easy work. Boring, even. No radios, no dark roads, no things that pretend to be human. I tried to forget Pine Hollow, tried to forget Barren Road, and the thing in the trees. Some nights I could almost convince myself it had been stress, exhaustion, the burnout that comes with 23 years on the force. But I kept the notepad. I don't know why. I sat in my dresser drawer for 3 months, untouched, unread. Then last week, I was getting gas at a station off the highway. Small place. One of those combination gas stations and convenience stores that dot rural areas. The kind that still has radio scanners behind the counter. I was paying for my coffee when I heard it. Pine Hollow Dispatch. A call to Barren Road. Injured person. Unable to move. Caller disconnected. My hands were shaking. The clerk noticed me. You alright, man? I didn't answer. I was listening to the scanner. A young voice responded. Unit 17. Fresh out of the academy, probably. Eager. Confident.
10-4 dispatch. In a route.
I grabbed my phone and called the Pine Hollow station. The line rang. And rang. When someone finally picked up, it was a voice I didn't recognize. Pine Hollow Police, non-emergency line. I need you to pull Unit 17 off a call to Barren Road, right now. Sir, I can't discuss active calls with... My name is Jack Mercer. I retired from your department 4 months ago. Badge number 2847. I need you to pull that unit off Barren Road immediately. Mr. Mercer, I'm gonna have to ask you to... Listen to me. That rookie's driving into something he doesn't understand. Something that'll fucking kill him if you don't pull him back right now. Sir, if you continue to interfere with police operations... I hung up, called Moreno. His phone went straight to voicemail. I stood there in that gas station parking lot, holding my phone, listening to the scanner. The rookie reached the scene, reported a single subject standing on the shoulder. No vehicle visible. He was using the same calm, professional tone I'd used. The same protocols. The same procedures that meant nothing out there.
The subject appears to be injured. I'm approaching on foot.
I wanted to scream. I wanted to reach through the radio and pull him back. To help.
Dispatch. Subject is... Dispatch. Something's wrong.
Static. Just static. I waited. Listened. The dispatcher called for the rookie. Once. Twice. Then 3 times. And still, no response. 20 minutes later, I heard Moreno's voice on the scanner. He'd arrived at the scene. Found the cruiser. Doors locked. Engines still running. Spotlights still on. No sign of the rookie. I drove back to Pine Hollow that night. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I could help. Maybe I thought I owed it to that kid. Maybe I just needed to see one more time. To know that I wasn't crazy. Moreno met me at the station. He looked like he'd aged 10 years since I'd retired. His name was Daniel. Moreno said. 22 years old. First solo shift. He had a wife. Baby on the way. Did you find anything? Just footprints, leading from his cruiser into the trees. Then, they stopped, like he vanished mid-step. Same as the others? He nodded. Yeah, the same. We sat in silence for a long time. Finally, Moreno spoke. I'm putting in for retirement. I can't do this anymore, Jack. Can't keep watching kids get sent out there. I tried. Showed him my notes. Showed them your notes. The chief looked at me like I'd lost my damn mind. Said stress does things to people. Offered me a psychologist. 2 weeks paid leave. They know. I said. They have to know. Maybe. Or maybe they forget too. Maybe whatever's out there makes everyone forget. except the ones who've seen it up close. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I want it to be true. Because if it is, then there's no stopping it. No warning to the next person. No breaking of the cycle. I still have the notepad. I've made copies now. Mailed them to the state police, the FBI, the newspapers. None of them have responded. I still listen to the scanner sometimes, waiting for the next call to Barren Road, waiting to hear another young voice respond with confidence and procedure and no idea what he's walking into. It happened again 2 nights ago. Different rookie. Same road. Same call. Same result. If you work in law enforcement in rural areas, check your logbooks. Look for patterns. Look for roads you've been to more times than you remember. Check your glove box, your locker, anywhere you might have left yourself a warning. And if you ever get a call to a place where the pines grow too close and the fog swallows sound, don't answer it. Some things know how to ask for help. They just don't know how to be human when you get there. And they're very, very patient. My grandmother's hands were the most beautiful things about her. Even at 80, even after 60 years of pushing fabric through industrial machines, her fingers were steady and precise, each movement economical, nothing wasted. She used to say that sewing was just listening, that the fabric told you where it wanted to go, and your job was to follow. I thought that was poetic nonsense when I was young. I don't think that anymore. My name is Chio. I inherited my grandmother's alteration shop in Takayama after she passed last autumn. The shop sits on a narrow street in the old town, wedged between a ceramic store and a shuttered pharmacy. And it looks exactly the way it looked when my grandmother opened it in 1972. The same wooden counter, the same brass bell above the door, the same 3 Singer machines lined up along the back wall, like sentinels, their black enamel worn to silver at the edges from decades of use. I didn't want the shop. I need to be honest about that. I was living in Nagoya, working in accounts receivable for a company that made industrial valves, and I made a kind of peace with the fact that my life wasn't going to be interesting. But my grandmother left the shop to me specifically, not to my mother, not to my uncle, not to my cousin Emmy, who actually knew how to sew. To me. And in the letter that she left with her will, she wrote only one line. You have the hands for it. You just don't know yet. I moved to Takayama in November. I told myself I'd sell the shop in the spring. I told myself I'd just clean it out, sort through her things, maybe learn enough to keep it open through the winter, so regular customers wouldn't be stranded mid-altercation. I told myself a lot of reasonable things. But the first time I sat down at her machine, the middle one, the one she always used, the one with the foot pedal worn smooth as river stone, something happened that I can't explain rationally. My hands knew what to do. I don't mean suddenly understood the mechanics of sewing. I mean my fingers moved with a fluency that didn't belong to me. I fed a piece of scrap cotton under the needle and watched my hands guide it through a seam so clean, so perfectly straight, that I pulled the fabric out and held it up to the light and felt a cold, quiet dread settle in my stomach. I had never sewn a stitch in my life, but my hands had. Somehow, my hands remembered something I had never learned. I should have found that unsettling. Instead, I found it intoxicating. Within a week, I was taking in alterations. Within 2, I was doing original repairs, replacing zippers, reshaping collars, letting out hems with an instinct that felt less like a skill and more like a memory. The regular customers noticed. Mrs. Tanaka, who brought in the same winter coat every year, told me my stitching was identical to my grandmother's. She said it with an admiration. I received it with something closer to unease. The first stitch appeared on my wrist in early December. I was washing my hands after a long day. I'd been working on a silk blouse with a torn lining, delicate work that required focus, and I noticed a mark on the inside of my left wrist. It was thin, precise, about 4 centimeters long, running parallel to the tendons. At first, I thought it was a scratch. I've been handling pins all day, but when I dried my hand and looked more closely, I saw that it wasn't a cut at all. It was a seam. 2 lines of skin pressed together and joined by a row of tiny, even indentations, stitch marks, each one perfectly spaced, as if someone had sewn my skin together with an invisible thread and then removed it, leaving only the impression behind. The skin along the seam was slightly raised, slightly puckered, the way fabric gathers when you pull a thread too tight. It didn't hurt. It didn't bleed. It simply was as if it had always been there, and I was only now learning to see it. I pressed my thumb against it. The skin was firm, slightly rigid, and beneath it, I could feel something I shouldn't have been able to feel. A faint tension, like a thread pulled taut beneath the surface. When I pushed harder, the edges of the seam separated just slightly, maybe a millimeter, and I felt a whisper of cool air against the exposed layer beneath. I pulled my thumb away and wrapped my wrist in a bandage, and I told myself it was an allergic reaction. Contact dermatitis, pressure marks from leaning against the machine. There were explanations. There are always explanations, if you want them badly enough. But that night, as I lie in bed in the apartment above the shop, I felt it. A faint tugging at my wrist, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone drawing thread through fabric. Pull, pause, pull, pause. I pressed my other hand over the bandage and the tugging stopped. When I removed my hand, it started again. Something inside me was sewing. Over the next 2 weeks, more seams appeared. A short one along the outside of my right elbow, a longer one tracing the curve of my left shoulder blade, which I only discovered because I caught a glimpse of it in the bathroom mirror and had to use a second mirror to see it clearly. One along my collarbone, perfectly centered, running from the hollow of my throat to the point of my shoulder, each one identical in character. The same raised ridge, the same tiny stitch marks, the same sense of something beneath the skin being held in place by a tension I couldn't see. I went to a doctor in Takayama. He examined the marks, frowned, pressed them with his fingertips the way I had, and told me they looked like stretch marks. Unusual ones, he admitted. Very linear, very uniform. But the skin was intact. There's no sign of infection or trauma, and his advice was to moisturize and monitor. He said the word dermatological several times, as if repetition could make it adequate. I stopped going to the doctor after that. Not because he was wrong. He was, but that wasn't the reason. I stopped because I had started pulling at the seams, and I didn't want anyone to see what was underneath. It started with the one on my wrist. I was sitting at the machine late one night, working on a pair of trousers that needed hemming, and my sleeve rode up, and I saw the seam in the lamplight, and I felt an overwhelming compulsion to open it. Not curiosity, compulsion. The same irresistible pull you feel when you find a loose thread on a garment, and you know you should leave it alone, but your fingers are already pinching it, already pulling, because the wrongness of it demands correction. I pressed my thumbnails into either side of the seam and pulled. The skin parted clearly. No blood, no pain. It opened the way a zipper opens, smoothly, mechanically, along a track that was already there, that had always been there, waiting. And beneath it, in the narrow channel where I expected to see flesh, fat, the wet red architecture of the body, I saw something else. Thread. Dozens of fine threads bundled and braided, running lengthwise beneath my skin like tendons. But they weren't tendons. They were silk. Actual silk. I could feel the texture when I touched them, and they were the deep, arterial red of the thread my grandmother kept in the top drawer of her supply cabinet. The thread she never let anyone else use. The thread she said had been in the family since before the war. I'd let the seam close. It sealed itself, the skin pressing back together with a faint click, like a clasp fastening. No scar, no mark, just the same raised ridge, the same stitch impressions, as if nothing had happened. I sat in the shop for a long time after that, The machines were quiet. The street outside was empty. And I understood, in the way you understand things in dreams, completely, irrationally, without evidence, that this was what my grandmother had meant. This was my inheritance, not the shop, not the machines, not the skill that lived in my fingers without my permission. The thread. The thread was my inheritance, and it was already inside me, woven through the architecture of my body, like a second skeleton, holding me together in ways I was only beginning to discover. I started opening more seams after that. I couldn't help it. The one on my elbow revealed a junction, 3 bundles of red thread converging and splitting apart again, braided through the joint like a pulley system. When I flexed my arm, the threads tightened and released with mechanical precision, and I realized with a lurching nausea that they were structural. They weren't decoration. They weren't parasitic. They were load-bearing. The shoulder blade seam was longer, and what I found beneath it was worse. The threads there were thicker, denser, woven into a flat sheet that lay directly over the muscle, like interfacing pressed to fabric. And embedded in the weave, so small I almost missed them, were tiny characters, kanji, stitched in black thread against the red, repeating in rows. I couldn't read most of them. The ones I could read said the same thing over and over. Keep holding. The collarbone seam was the one that changed everything. I opened it on a Wednesday night in January. The shop was closed. The street was dark. And I was sitting on the floor of the workroom with a hand mirror propped against the wall so I could see what I was doing. The seam parted easily. They always did, as if they wanted to be opened, as if the act of looking was part of the design. And beneath the skin of my collarbone, running horizontally across my chest, like a structural beam, was a single thick cord of braided silk. It wasn't red, it was black, and it was moving, not pulsing, moving, writhing, slowly, the way a worm moves through soil, contracting and extending in a rhythm that didn't match my heartbeat, or my breathing, or any function of my body that I could identify. I watched it for maybe 30 seconds, frozen, my fingers still holding the seam open. And then the cord turned. I don't know how else to describe it. It rotated, like a rope being twisted from one end, and where it turned, I could see that the braid was not uniform. There were strands of different textures woven in, some coarse, some fine, some that caught the light like hair, human hair, black and silver, braided in with the silk. And I knew the way I knew my own grandmother's hands, that the silver strands were hers. She was in the thread, part of her, some essence, some residue, some piece of whatever makes a person had been woven into the cord, and the cord was woven into me, and it was alive in a way that thread should not be alive. I closed the seam. I closed it and I pressed my hand flat against my collarbone, and I felt the cord writhing beneath my palm, and I said, out loud to the empty shop, "What did you do to me?" The machines didn't answer. But the middle one, her machine, hummed. Just for a moment, a low resonant vibration, as if the motor had engaged and disengaged in a single breath, and then silence. I began to change after that, not quickly, not dramatically, but persistently, in small accumulations that I could ignore individually, but not collectively. My fingers grew more dexterous, not just skilled, physically different. The joints became more flexible, the movements more articulated, as if additional hinges had been installed in places where hinges don't exist. I could thread a needle in near darkness. I could feel the weight of a single thread resting on the back of my hand. When I ran my fingers along a piece of fabric, I could feel its history, the tension of the weave, the age of the fibers, the place where it had been stressed or repaired. My skin changed too. It became smoother, more uniform, with a faint sheen that I noticed first on my forearms and then on my face. Not unhealthy, the opposite. I looked better than I had in years. My pores seemed to shrink. Fine lines I'd been developing around my eyes disappeared. But the texture was wrong. When I pinched my skin on the back of my hand, It didn't fold like skin. It folded like fabric. Like very fine, very tightly woven fabric, indistinguishable from skin at a glance, but fundamentally different in structure. More seams appeared. They spread across my body in a pattern I eventually recognized. They followed the same lines as the seams on a dress form. The darts, the princess lines, the side seams, the shoulder seams. My body was being paneled, partitioned into sections, the way a tailor partitions flat fabric to create a three-dimensional shape. I was being constructed, assembled, fitted. The worst part was that my sewing improved in direct proportion to the changes. Every new seam that appeared on my body made my work more precise, more intuitive, more eerily perfect. Customers began commenting not just on the quality, but on the feeling of the garments. Mrs. Tanaka said her coat felt like it was holding her. Mr. Ogawa said his repaired jacket seemed to know the shape of his shoulders. A young woman who brought in her wedding dress for alterations put it on after I'd finished, and she stood in front of the mirror and cried. And when I asked if something was wrong, she said no. She said the dress felt like skin. I should have closed the shop. I should have stopped sewing. But the compulsion was too strong, and I understood by then that stopping wouldn't matter. The thread was already inside me. It had been inside me before I ever sat down at the machine. My grandmother had put it there, or it had put itself there, passed down through whatever channel connects blood to blood across generations. The shop wasn't the inheritance. The skill wasn't the inheritance. I was the inheritance. The latest in a line of women who had been slowly, stitch by stitch, remade. I found my grandmother's journal in February. It was hidden in the base of the middle sewing machine, inside a compartment I'd never noticed. A false bottom in the wooden housing, sealed with a row of hand stitches so fine they were nearly invisible. Inside was a cloth-bound notebook, its pages filled with my grandmother's handwriting, small and precise. I won't reproduce what she wrote. Most of it I don't fully understand, and the parts that I do understand, I'm not sure I believe. But the essential facts are these. The thread is old, older than the shop, older than the family business, older than anyone in our line can trace. My grandmother called it the binding thread, and she said it chooses its host. Always a woman, always someone with steady hands and a particular kind of patience. It enters through the work, through the repetition, the rhythm, the meditative state that comes from feeding fabric through a machine hour after hour. It seeds itself in the fingers first, then spreads inward, replacing what it finds with something more durable, something that holds. My grandmother knew she was changing. She documented it. The seams, the thread behind the skin, the slow replacement of flesh with fiber. She wrote about it clinically, almost calmly, the way you might document a chronic illness you've accepted. She noted when each seam appeared. She noted the kanji woven into her shoulder, the same characters I'd found in mine. She noted the black cord along her collarbone and described it as the main line, the structural thread, which all others branched. The last entry was dated 3 days before she died. It was shorter than the others, and the handwriting was different. Still precise, but slower, as if her hands were having difficulty forming the characters. It said, "The thread is finished with me. I can feel it pulling away, gathering at the seams. It will go to Chio. I chose her because her hands are mine. I'm sorry. It has to be someone." Beneath the journal, folded carefully in tissue paper, was a small square of fabric. It was skin, human skin, unmistakably. I could see the pore pattern, the fine hair follicles, the faint blue trace of a vein. But when I turned it over, the underside was woven silk, red silk, stitched in rows so tight and even that the fabric and the skin were indistinguishable. Two sides of the same material. I put the journal back. I put the skin back. I sealed the compartment with stitches that my hands made without consulting me, and I sat at the machine and stared at the far wall and breathed. Emmy arrived in March. My cousin, 23, just graduated from a textile program in Kyoto, bright and eager, and looking for work experience. She'd heard I'd taken over the shop, and she wanted to apprentice for the summer. She stood in the doorway with a suitcase and a smile, and she'd said she'd always admired our grandmother's work and wanted to learn. I should have sent her away. I know that now. I knew it then, but she was already inside the shop, already running her fingers along the machines, already touching the fabric bolts on the shelf with that look, that particular look of recognition, of hunger, that I remembered from my own first week. I let her stay. She was good, naturally good, the way I had been, with hands that knew things her mind hadn't learned yet. I watched her sit at the third machine, the one neither my grandmother nor I ever used, and she produced a seam that would have taken most tailors years to master. Her fingers moved with that same uncanny fluency, and she looked up at me with bright, delighted eyes and said, "It's like the machine is doing it for me." I smiled. I said something encouraging. I don't remember what. I was looking at her wrist. There was a mark there. Small, faint, easily mistaken for a scratch. A thin line on the inside of her left wrist, running parallel to the tendons, 4 centimeters long, perfectly straight. She hadn't noticed it yet. I'm writing this tonight while Emmy sleeps in the apartment upstairs. I can hear the machines downstairs, humming softly to themselves, even though they're turned off, even though no one is sitting at them. The cord beneath my collarbone's quiet for the first time in weeks, still, as if it's resting, and as if it's finished with one task and is gathering itself for the next. I opened the seam on my left forearm an hour ago. The thread inside is thinner than it was, lighter. Some of the red strands are gone, and in their place are gaps, empty channels where something used to be, like tunnels left behind by roots that have moved on to richer soil. The thread is migrating. I can feel it leaving me, the way I imagine my grandmother felt it leaving her in those final days, pulling away, strand by strand, gathering at the seams, looking for the next vessel, the next pair of steady hands. Emmy scratched at her wrist in her sleep tonight. I heard it through the wall, a slow, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails tracing a line on skin, back and forth, following the mark she didn't know was there. I should tell her. I should wake her up and show her the journal and the square of skin and the thread beneath her own flesh. And I should tell her to leave this shop and never touch a sewing machine again. I should do what my grandmother never did for me. But my hands are already threading the machine for tomorrow's work. The red thread from the top drawer, the one that's been in the family since before the war. My fingers move without permission, pulling the thread through the tension disc, the take-up lever, the eye of the needle. The motions are automatic, practiced, inherited. And somewhere in the walls of this shop, in the wood, and the plaster, in the 60 years of fabric dust, I can feel it. The patient, structural hum of something old and purposeful, something that's been threading itself through the women of my family for longer than anyone can remember, choosing us, remaking us, using us to stitch itself forward, generation to generation, hand by hand. The seam on Emmy's wrist will be longer by morning. I know this the way I know my own measurements. I'm sorry. It has to be someone. I used to stop for everyone. That's something people don't understand about long-haul driving. They think it's lonely work, and it is. But the loneliness creates a kind of code. You see a rig on the shoulder with its flashers going. You pull over and ask if they need you to call it in. You hear someone on Channel 19 asking for a road check. You answer. You look out for each other, because there's nobody else to do it. Especially on the I-40 west of Oklahoma City, where the land opens up and thus never closes again. I've been running freight for 11 years, mostly dedicated lanes, mostly the same corridors. Chicago to Dallas, Memphis to Albuquerque. You learn the roads like you learn the rooms in your house. You know where the speed traps are, which truck stops have real food, which wait stations are closed on weekends. It becomes routine, and routine is the whole point. Routine means nothing's wrong. I picked up a load of industrial fasteners in Oklahoma City on a Tuesday in November. 42,000 pounds, well secured. Delivering to a distribution warehouse outside Albuquerque. I had made that run probably 60 times. West on the I-40. Straight shot. Nothing to it. I fueled up at the Pilot in El Reno, grabbed a coffee, checked my straps, and pulled out around 7 in the morning. I wanted to drive through the night and beat the wind that kicks up across the panhandle every afternoon. The sun was already down by the time I passed Weatherford. The last colors were bleeding out of the sky to the west. This thin red line along the horizon, like a wound that wouldn't close. I remember noticing that, and thinking it was beautiful in a way I couldn't quite hold on to. That's the kind of thing the road gives you sometimes. By Elk City, it was full dark, no moon. I had the sea beyond, but Channel 19 was quiet. Just the engine and the road, and the white dashes coming at me like a pulse. That's when I noticed the headlights. They were far back, maybe half a mile behind me. Just 2 white points in my mirror. And at first, I didn't think anything of it. There's always someone behind you on the interstate. But I watched them the way you do when there's nothing else to watch. And after 20 minutes, I realized they hadn't moved. Not closer, not farther. The exact same distance, like they were pinned to my trailer. I sped up a little, 5 over, then 8. The lights held. I eased off and let my speed drop to 62. The lights held. That's unusual. Not impossible. Sometimes you end up passing someone without meaning to. But it had been 30 minutes now, and the distance between us hadn't changed by a single car length. I could feel something tighten in my chest, just slightly, the way you feel a change in pressure before a storm. I turned my CB to Channel 19 and keyed up. Westbound I-40, this is the blue Peterbilt around mile marker 112. Got someone behind me. You got your ears on? Nothing. Westbound traffic behind the Peterbilt. You copy? Static. Not even the background hiss you usually get. Just this flat, dead air. Like the radio was connected to an empty room. I sat the mic down and watched the mirrors. I crossed into Texas just before 10. The welcome sign came and went, and the land, which had already been flat, became something else entirely. Became an absence. No trees, no hills, no buildings. Just a road cutting through the dark like a crease in a sheet of black paper. The wind turbines were out there. I couldn't see the towers, but the red lights blinked in slow unison across the horizon. Dozens of them, like something enormous was breathing in the dark. The headlights were still there. I pulled into a rest area near Shamrock. I needed to stretch my legs. And I'll admit, I wanted to see the vehicle pass. I wanted to watch it go by and just feel stupid for letting it get to me. I parked, climbed down, walked to the restroom, took my time, washed my hands, washed my face, stood there looking at myself under the fluorescent lights. When I walked back to my truck, the rest area was empty. No other vehicles. The highway was dark in both directions. Whatever had been behind me was gone. I felt relieved in a way that almost embarrassed me. I climbed back in, pulled onto the interstate, and got up to speed. Within 4 minutes, the headlights were in my mirror again. Same distance, same brightness, same perfect, patient interval. My stomach dropped. There was no on-ramp between the rest area and where I was now. I would have seen the headlights approaching from behind. The road was straight and empty for miles in every direction, and those lights hadn't come from anywhere. They were just there, the way they'd always been there, as if me stopping had been a minor interruption in something that had already decided how this was going to go. I drove faster. I got up to 78, then 82. My trailer was humming, the fasteners shifting slightly against their straps. The lights held their distance. I dropped to 60. The lights held. I changed lanes. They didn't follow. They didn't need to. They just stayed centered in my mirror, splitting the difference between both lanes. And it occurred to me that whatever I was looking at wasn't in a lane at all. I picked up my phone to call dispatch. No signal. I had expected that. The Panhandle is a dead zone in places. But seeing those empty bars made the cab feel, well, smaller. Amarillo was still 2 hours out. Nothing happened for a long time after that. And the nothing was worse than anything. Just the road and the dark, and those 2 points of light in the glass. And me in between, with the growing certainty that something was wrong, in a way that I didn't have a language for. The emptiness outside my windows wasn't just empty. It was cleared. Like everything that should have been out there. The cattle, the coyotes, the other trucks had been moved aside to make room. I passed a vehicle around mile marker 60. A sedan on the shoulder, hazard lights flashing, someone standing beside it. I almost stopped. 11 years of driving, and stopping was a reflex. My foot actually moved toward the brake before something held me back. Not a thought. A sensation, like a hand on my chest, pressing me gently into my seat. The figure beside the sedan was standing perfectly still, not waving, not looking at a phone, not walking around the car to check a tire, just standing there, facing the highway, arms at their sides. And as I passed, I was doing 75, and I passed in less than 2 seconds. The figure's head tracked my cab with a smoothness that didn't look like movement. It looked like rotating. I checked my mirror, and the sedan was dark. No hazard lights, no figure, just the road, and behind it, the headlights, steady and faithful. I started to shake, not dramatically, not a tremor I couldn't control, just a low vibration in my hands, like the engine was running through me instead of under me. I gripped the wheel harder and focused on the road. 20 miles later, the CB came to life. It shouldn't have. I turned it down after Shamrock, but the volume was up now, and a voice was coming through, broken by static, but clear enough to understand.
If anyone can hear me, I'm on the 40 westbound. I think around mile 40. My car died, and I can't...
A woman's voice, scared. The cadence was right. The panic was right. And for a moment, I reached for the mic.
Please, I have my son with me. He's only 4, and it's so dark out here.
I pulled my hand back. I pulled it back because the static wasn't random. It had a rhythm. It was breathing. The voice kept talking, and I turned the CB off. I turned it off, and I pressed the button hard enough to hurt my finger, and I stared at the road ahead, and I didn't look in my mirrors. I drove, and I didn't look, and I told myself that there was no woman, and there was no child, and the voice was coming from the same place as the headlights, from whatever was behind me, learning what I would respond to. That was the worst part. Not the fear, not the understanding that each attempt was a little better than the last. I could feel the next one coming the way you feel a word on the tip of your tongue. It came at mile marker 29. A truck was on its side in the median, a big rig, an 18-wheeler like mine, and it was real enough that I could see the way the trailer had buckled. The cargo spilled across the grass, and there was a driver. There was a man crawling away from the cab, moving slowly, one arm dragging him behind, and he turned his face toward my headlights, and I saw blood. And his mouth was open, and he was waving. He was waving with his good arm, weak and desperate. And I knew in my bones it wasn't real, but I couldn't prove it. I couldn't prove it because it looked perfect. The details were right. The physics were right. The way his knee moved through the grass, the way the blood caught the light, the way his mouth shaped a word I couldn't hear. I was crying. I hadn't realized it until then, but tears were running down my face, and my jaw was clenched so tight, my teeth ached, and my foot was on the accelerator. I was passing him, and I was watching him shrink in my mirror. That arm still raised, and behind him, farther back, but not as far as before, the headlights, they were closer. For the first time all night, they had moved. They had gained ground. And I understood the way you understand something in a dream, without logic, without proof. Every time I drove past, whatever was behind me got a little closer. And every offering would be a little more convincing than the last. At mile marker 18, I passed a minivan on the shoulder. A woman was standing in the open driver's door, holding a child on her hip. I didn't slow down. I have to tell you that clearly, because I need you to understand what I chose. A woman holding a child on the side of the highway at 1 a.m. in the Texas Panhandle in November. And I drove past her at 81 miles per hour without even touching my brake. The headlights surged forward in my mirror, closer now, bright enough that they cast shadows inside my cab, long and thin and reaching. I could feel something behind me the way you feel heat from an open oven. Not a sound, not a sight, a pressure. I could see Amarillo, a faint glow on the horizon, a smear of orange, and I drove toward it and I didn't stop. I hit the city limits doing 87. The speed limit dropped and I didn't care. I ran under overpasses, past gas stations and fast food signs and street lights. And when I checked my mirrors, the headlights were gone. I pulled into the TA truck stop off I-40, and I sat in my cab for 20 minutes with the engine running, shaking, crying, waiting. Nothing came. I made my delivery in Albuquerque the next afternoon. I didn't tell my dispatch what happened. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? I drove a straight road through flat country and got scared of some fucking headlights. But here's what I need you to understand. And this is the part that keeps me up at night. Worse than the lights. Worse than the voice on the radio. Worse than any of it. I checked the news the next morning. I checked for accidents on the I-40 in the Texas Panhandle. For stranded motorists. For a woman and a child. For a rolled over 18-wheeler. For anything. And there was something. A minivan found on the shoulder near mile marker 18. Engine dead. Driver's door open. A woman's purse on the passenger seat. A child's car seat in the back. Still buckled. Still clipped in. No woman. No child. No sign of either of them. Just the van. In the dark. In the empty road. I don't know if she was real. That's the thing that's eating me alive. I don't know if what I saw at mile marker 18 was another trick, another attempt to make me stop, or if it was a real woman with a real child who needed help on a freezing night in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, and I'll never know. And I have to live inside that space for the rest of my life. I still drive. I still run the I-40 corridor. Dispatch doesn't know, and there's no way to explain it. It doesn't end with me losing my CDL. But I don't stop anymore. Not for anyone. Not for flashers on the shoulder. Not for voices on the radio. Not for figures waving in my headlights. I drive, and I watch my mirrors, and I keep my speed up, and I tell myself that whatever's out there taught me something true about the road, about the dark, about the cost of surviving a thing that never stops following you. It taught me that the price of getting through isn't what you think. It's not courage. It's not luck. It's what you're willing to drive past. I used to stop for everyone. I need you to understand that I'm sorry. I've been a paramedic for 6 weeks. That's it. 6 weeks. 42 days of 12-hour overnight shifts, riding shotgun in a rig that smells like disinfectant and burnt coffee, responding to calls that range from drunk guy fell off a porch to someone's grandmother isn't breathing. I took the job because the county was desperate for night shift EMTs, and I was desperate for a paycheck that came with health insurance. I'd been bartending for 3 years after washing out of nursing school, and when the accelerated paramedic program opened up at the community college, I figured it was close enough to what I'd originally wanted. My partner was Reese. She'd been running overnight shifts for 11 years. She was maybe 40, maybe older. The kind of face that looks like it stopped aging at some point and just settled into a permanent expression of tired competence. She kept her hair short. She didn't make small talk. She drove the rig like she'd been born in the cab. And when we responded to calls, she moved with the calm, mechanical precision of someone who had seen every version of human suffering and had filed each one away in a cabinet that she didn't open, unless she needed to. I liked her. Most of the new hires didn't. They found her cold or intimidating, or both. But I'd worked enough bar shifts with difficult people to know the difference between someone who's mean and someone who's efficient. Reese wasn't mean. She just didn't have time for anything that wasn't the job. She trained me the way you train someone to defuse a bomb. Step by step. No deviation. Every protocol memorized. Every piece of equipment in its place. Every procedure followed in exact order.
You do it the same way every time,
she told me on my first night.
Doesn't matter if it's a cardiac arrest or a stubbed toe. Same process, same hands, same head. The moment you start improvising is the moment someone dies.
I believed her. I had no reason not to. Until the call on Macon Road. It was a Tuesday, 2:47 a.m. We'd been sitting in the rig at our usual spot, a gas station parking lot off Route 9, for almost 2 hours. I was half asleep. Reese was reading something on her phone, her face lit blue in the dark cab. The radio cracked. Dispatch gave us an address on Macon Road. Unresponsive mail, called in by a neighbor who'd seen the front door standing open. No further details. Reese put the rig in drive before dispatch finished talking. She didn't turn on the lights or the siren. I noticed that. No lights? I asked.
We're 12 minutes out. No traffic. Lights are for intersections.
That tracked. We let it go. We drove in silence. Macon Road was rural. No streetlights. No houses for long stretches. Just fields and tree lines, and the occasional gravel driveway disappearing into the dark. The kind of road where your headlights feel like the only light left in the world. Have you run calls out here before? I asked. Reese didn't answer for a few seconds. Then?
Once.
Something about the way she said it made me not ask for a follow-up. We pulled up at the address at 3:04 a.m. Small house. Single story. Porch light on. Front door open about a foot, just like dispatch said. No lights on inside that I could see. We grabbed the jump bag and the monitor and walked up. Reese went first. She stopped at the door and listened for a few seconds, then pushed it open with her forearm. The smell hit me before I saw anything. Not decay. Not exactly. It was sweeter than that, and colder, like meat that had been kept just above freezing for too long. The kind of smell that coats the inside of your nose and just stays there. The living room was small and cluttered. Old furniture, stacks of newspaper, a TV that was on but muted, just blue light flickering across the walls. And on the floor, between the couch and the coffee table, was a man. He was on his back, eyes open, mouth open, skin the color of candle wax, mid-60s, maybe. Thin, wearing a flannel shirt and pajama pants. No visible trauma, no blood. He looked like he'd just laid down on the floor and stopped. Reese knelt beside him. I set up the monitor. No pulse, no respiration, pupils fixed and dilated. Skin was cool, but not cold. He hadn't been gone long.
Time of death, 3:09.
Reese said, pulling off her gloves.
Bag him.
Standard procedure. Unresponsive, no viable resuscitation window, pronounce and transport. I'd done it twice before in my 6 weeks. I unrolled the body bag next to him. Reese helped me log roll him onto it. He was lighter than I expected, almost hollow feeling, like the weight had gone out of him along with everything else. As I zipped the bag, my hand brushed his arm. It was warm, not residual warm, not the fading heat of a body cooling down. It was warm the way a living person is warm. Blood temperature, radiating, real. Reese.
What?
He's warm. She looked at me. Her expression didn't change, but something behind her eyes shifted.
Zip the bag.
Reese, he's warm. Should we recheck vitals? Maybe we missed...
Zip the bag. Now.
I zipped it. My hands were shaking and I didn't know why. I touched dead bodies before. They weren't warm. Not like that. We loaded him onto the stretcher, wheeled him to the rig, and slid him into the back. Reese closed the rear doors and climbed into the driver's seat without a word. I got in the passenger side. She pulled away from the house, and this time, she drove fast. Reese, what's going on?
Nothing's going on. We're transporting.
He was warm. He was warm and you didn't want to recheck. Why? She kept her eyes on the road. The headlights cut through the dark, making roads scrolling past us in strips of asphalt and shadow.
There are some calls,
She said.
where the person is dead and you transport them and everything is exactly what it looks like. And there are some calls where the person is dead and you transport them and you do not open the bag again until you are at the hospital under fluorescent lights, surrounded by other people. You do not recheck. You do not unzip. You do not talk to it.
Talk to it?
The bag. You don't talk to what's in the bag.
Reese, you're scaring me.
Good. Scared people follow instructions.
She turned onto Route 9. The hospital was 20 minutes out. She was doing 70 in a 55 zone.
11 years on nights.
She said, her voice lower now, quieter.
I've run maybe 2,000 calls. Most of them are exactly what they look like. Heart attacks, overdoses, falls, car accidents. You do the job, you transport, you go home.
She adjusted her grip on the wheel.
But some calls, and it's always the same addresses. Always rural, always between 2 and 4 a.m. The body is wrong. Not injured wrong, not sick wrong. Wrong in a way that doesn't have a medical term. They're too warm. Or their eyes track you after you've pronounced them. Or the lividity doesn't match the position. Small things. Things you could explain away if you wanted to. Things I explained away for my first 3 years.
What happened in year 3?
My partner opened a bag.
The cab was silent except for the engine and the tires on the asphalt. I waited.
His name was Dominic. Good medic. Better than me in a lot of ways. We picked up a woman on Macon Road. Different house. Same stretch. She was dead. Flatline, fixed pupils, the whole picture. But warm. Same as tonight. I told him not to open the bag. I'd heard things by then. Rumors from other crews. From the ER nurses who'd been around long enough. I told him to leave it closed.
She paused.
He didn't listen. We were about 10 minutes from the hospital. He was in the back with her. I heard the zipper, and then I heard him say her name. Not the patient's name. His mother's name. He said, "Mom?" Like he was a little kid. Like he was standing in a doorway and she was on the other side.
What happened?
I pulled over. I went to the back. The bag was open. He was leaning over it, his face about 6 inches from hers. And he was crying. He kept saying, "Mom, Mom, I'm sorry, Mom." The woman in the bag, didn't even look like his mother. She was 60-something, white. Dominic was black. His mother was alive and living in Baltimore. But he was looking at her like she was the most familiar person he'd ever seen. I grabbed him, pulled him back, zipped the bag. He fought me, not hard, not aggressive. He just kept reaching for the zipper, crying, saying he needed to talk to her. She had something to tell him. It took me 10 minutes to get him back in the cab. We delivered the body. ER took it. Standard processing. But Dominic, he wasn't right after that. He was quiet the rest of the shift. Called in sick the next 2 nights. When he came back, he was functional, but distant. Like part of him was still leaning over that bag. He quit a month later. Last I'd heard, he'd moved to Baltimore to be closer to his mother, he said.
She looked at me for the first time since we'd left the house.
I called his mother once, about 6 months after, just to check in. She said Dominic was living with her. She said he was fine, mostly, but he slept with the lights on. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, she'd find him standing in the hallway outside her bedroom door, just standing there, not moving, with his hand on the doorknob. She'd ask him what was wrong, and he'd say he just wanted to make sure she was still there. She told me one more thing. She said sometimes, when he was standing at her door, he'd be crying, and he'd whisper, "It's not you. I know it's not you." And then he'd go back to bed.
Reese turned her eyes back to the road.
So, when I tell you not to open the bag, I need you to hear me. Whatever's in there, it stopped being the person we picked up the moment the vitals went flat. It's wearing him. If you open that zipper, it'll find the thing in you that hurts the most, and it'll put that thing's face on. And it won't stop until you let it in.
We drove in silence for a while. I don't know how long. 5 minutes, maybe. The highway was empty. The rig's headlights carved a tunnel through the dark, and we moved through it. And I tried to process what she told me, and couldn't. Then I heard it. From the back of the rig, through the metal partition that separated the cab from the patient compartment. A sound, not movement, not the settling of a body on a stretcher. It was a voice, muffled, soft, coming from inside the bag.
Help me.
My whole body went rigid. I looked at Reese. She was staring straight ahead, her knuckles white on the wheel.
Don't.
She said, "Reese,
He's dead. You checked him yourself. He's dead."
Help me, please.
The voice was thin and raspy. An old man's voice. Weak. Afraid. The voice of someone who had woken up in the dark and didn't know where they were. Every instinct I had, every hour of training, every protocol about patient welfare and duty of care was screaming at me to go back there, to unzip that bag, to help.
It knows what you were trained to do.
Reese said. Her voice was steady, but I could see her jaw clenching.
It knows you're supposed to help. That's what it's using.
Please. I can't breathe. It's so dark.
God, the voice was shaking now. I could hear tears in it. An old man zipped into a bag, suffocating in the dark. Every second I sat there felt like a violation of everything I'd signed up to do. Reese, what if we're wrong? What if he had a pulse and we missed it? That happens. It's rare, but it happens. Lazarus syndrome. Delayed...
It's not Lazarus syndrome.
You don't know that.
I know that. You need to know it too.
The voice from the bag changed.
Jamie?
I stopped breathing. That was my name. Not the name on my uniform. My first name. The name dispatch didn't have. The name the patient couldn't have known.
Jamie, honey, please, let me out.
It wasn't the old man's voice anymore. It was my mother's. My mother, who was alive and well in Dayton. A voice I would know in a crowd of 1,000 people. My mother, who called me honey every single time we spoke, and had since I was old enough to remember.
Jamie, I'm scared. Please, just open it. Just a little. Just a little.
My hand was on my seatbelt buckle. I didn't remember reaching for it. My fingers were working the release, and my body was turning toward the partition, and something in my chest was pulling me toward the back of the rig with a force that felt like gravity. Reese's hand closed around my wrist. Her grip was iron. She didn't look at me. She kept her eyes on the road and her hand on my arm, and she held me in that seat with a strength that seemed impossible for her frame.
That is not your mother.
Her voice was low and absolute.
Your mother is in Dayton. She's asleep. She's safe. That thing is using her voice because it looked inside you and found her. If you open that bag, you will see her face, and you will never unsee it, and you will spend the rest of your life standing outside a door at 3 a.m, trying to figure out if the person on the other side is real.
Jamie, please. I'm so cold in here. Jamie, please.
My mother's voice, crying, afraid, alone in the dark. Tears were running down my face. My hand was still on the buckle. Reese's grip hadn't loosened. How much longer? I choked out.
12 minutes.
I can't do 12 minutes of this.
You can. You will.
The voice kept going. It cycled. My mother pleading. Then the old man gasping. Then my mother again. Then a voice I didn't recognize. A child, maybe 4 or 5, sobbing and calling my name in a way that made my stomach turn inside out, because I don't have a child. But that voice, it sounded like what my child would sound like if I did. And how could it know that? How could it reach into me and find a person who doesn't exist and give them a voice? Reese held my wrist for the entire 12 minutes. She didn't let go until we pulled into the hospital bay, and she'd killed the engine, and the fluorescent lights of the ambulance dock were flooding through the windshield. The voice stopped the moment the engine cut. The ER team came out. Standard transfer. Reese handled the paperwork, while 2 orderlies wheeled the stretcher through the double doors. I stood by the rig and watched the bag go. Black vinyl on white sheets, under white light. Still, silent. Just a body now. Just cargo. One of the orderlies, a young guy, maybe 20, paused in the hallway and looked down at the bag. He tilted his head slightly, the way you do when you hear something you can't quite place. Reese saw it too. She crossed the hallway in 3 steps.
Keep moving,
She told him. Her voice was casual, almost friendly. But I saw her hand closed around the rail of the stretcher, and I saw her push, gently, firmly, guiding them through the doors and into the processing room where there were people. Lights. Noise. She came to the back of the rig. We sat in the cab. She handed me a bottle of water from the console.
You did good.
She said.
You held.
Barely.
Barely counts.
We sat in silence for a while. The hospital glowed behind us. Normal sounds. Doors. Footsteps. A distant PA announcement. The world being the world. Does it always stop? I asked. At the hospital?
It stops when there are enough people around. Enough, witnesses. It's a thing that works in the dark in small spaces. On 1 or 2 people at a time. It can't do what it does in a crowd. Too many minds to sort through, I think. Too many faces to choose from.
What is it?
I don't know. I've never known. I just know the protocol.
Who taught you the protocol?
The medic before Dominic, a woman named Shara Voss. She'd been on nights for 20 years. She told me the same thing I just told you. Don't open the bag. Don't talk to it. Don't listen to what it says. Get to the hospital. Get into the light.
What happened to Shara? Reese was quiet for a moment.
She retired. Lives upstate. Doesn't answer her phone much.
She looked at me.
But she answers mine. Every time.
Reese, my hand was on the buckle. If you hadn't have grabbed me...
I know.
How did you hold on when it was doing that to you? She looked out the windshield. The ambulance dock was empty now. Just wet concrete and fluorescent light.
It doesn't work the same way on me anymore.
Why?
Because I opened a bag once too. My second year, before Shara caught me.
She didn't look at me.
It showed me my daughter. She was 3 at the time. It had her face. It had her voice. It said, "Mommy, pick me up." And I almost did.
Almost?
Shara pulled me back, same as I did for you. But I saw the face. For about 2 seconds, I saw it wearing my daughter's face.
She exhaled slowly.
That was 9 years ago. I can still see it when I close my eyes. Not my daughter, the thing pretending to be my daughter. There's a difference. It's small, but it's there. And once you've seen it, once you know what the difference looks like, it can't trick you the same way again.
She turned the key. The engine started.
It still tries, though. Every time. It still tries.
That was 3 weeks ago. I'm still on the night shift. I'm still partnered with Reese. We haven't had another call on Macon Road, but we've had 2 more body bags that were warm when they shouldn't have been. Both times, the voice started about 10 minutes into transport. Both times, I kept my hands in my lap and my eyes forward, and I let Reese drive. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. The thing that keeps me up during the day when I should be sleeping. On the second warm bag, a woman from a farmhouse on Route 11, the voice did its cycle. The patient, then my mother, then the child that doesn't exist. Same rotation, same playbook. But at the very end, about 2 minutes before we reached the hospital, it said something new. My voice, not my mother's, not the patient's, mine. It said in my exact voice, with my exact cadence, the way I sound when I'm tired and honest and not performing for anyone. Reese, I think I need to open the bag. And just for a second, Reese's hand twitched toward the partition. She caught herself. She gripped the wheel. She kept driving. But I saw it. The flinch. The half second where 11 years of protocol almost cracked. Because it wasn't using someone she loved. It was using someone she trusted. I haven't told her that I noticed. I don't think I will. But I check the schedule now. Every shift. I make sure we're partnered. Because whatever's in those bags is learning. And it's not cycling through the same tricks anymore. It's adapting. And I think the only reason Reese and I are still okay is that there's 2 of us in that cab. I don't want to find out what happens when one of us rides alone. I took a trip to Japan last October. 16 days of temples, street food, and the kind of quiet happiness I hadn't felt in years. On day 16, I wandered into a street market in Tokyo and found a side alley with a single vendor at the end. His stall looked like an orange stand, but the oranges weren't oranges. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. He just held one out and waited, and I took it because the silence made it impossible not to. It's been 12 days since I got home. The thing I took is growing, and it won't stop. I'm writing this from my apartment in Philadelphia. It's on the desk in front of me. It's the size of a basketball now, and it has a face. Not a complete face, not yet, but enough of one that it watches me while I type. 2 indentations where the eyes would be, dark and wet, and a seam across the lower half that opens and closes in a rhythm I've started to think is breathing. The legs came in 4 days ago, 6 of them, thin and jointed, sprouting from the base like the legs of a spider that hasn't learned how to walk yet. They twitch sometimes. They tap against the desk. I need to write this down because I don't think I have much more time, and because someone needs to know what happened. If this reaches anyone, if you're reading this on a forum or a thread or wherever this ends up, I need you to understand that everything I'm about to describe, it's real. And I need you to remember one thing above all else. If you're ever in a street market in Japan or anywhere else, and you see a vendor that you don't remember noticing before, standing behind a table of what looks like oranges, keep walking. Don't stop. Don't look at the oranges. Don't look at the vendor. Don't let curiosity slow your feet for even a second. I stopped. I looked. I took one. And now, it's becoming something. I went to Japan in October. It was a trip I'd been planning for 2 years. One of those things you put on a list when you're 23 and finally get around to when you're 28 and realize that you spent 5 years doing nothing but just working and sleeping and telling yourself you'll do it next year. I saved up, took 3 weeks off, flew into Osaka and worked my way through Kyoto, Nara, and then Tokyo. I went alone because most of my friends can't afford it, and because, honestly, I wanted to be alone. I wanted to walk through a place where nobody knew me and nothing was familiar, and just feel like I was actually alive for the first time in years. For the first 2 weeks, it was everything I wanted. I walked until my feet ached. I ate things I couldn't pronounce, and they were the best meals of my life. I stood in temples that were older than my country, and felt something I can only describe as scale. The understanding that the world is enormous and ancient, and mostly indifferent to whether you exist in it. It was the happiest I'd been in a long time. I want you to understand that, because it matters. I wasn't in a dark place. I wasn't vulnerable or sad, or looking for meaning in corners where meaning doesn't live. I was happy. I was clear-headed. Whatever happened to me in that market didn't happen because I was weak. It happened because the thing in that alley is stronger than clarity, stronger than instinct, stronger than the voice in your head that tells you to run. The market was in Tokyo, in a neighborhood I'd wandered into on my 16th day. I don't remember the exact one. I'd been walking without a map, following side streets because the main roads were too crowded. I liked the quiet of the narrow lanes. The market filled a long covered alley between two buildings, maybe 200 meters of stalls on both sides selling produce, dried fish, pickled vegetables, household goods, cheap clothing. It was busy, but not packed. Local, not really touristy. The kind of place you feel lucky to stumble into. I walked the full length, looked at everything, buying nothing. By the end, a side alley branched off to the left, narrower, dimmer, only a few stalls. Most of them looked closed, shutters down, tables empty. But at the very end, maybe 30 meters in, there was one that was open. It was an orange stand, and that was my first thought. A simple table covered in a cloth, piled with round, orange-colored objects about the size of tangerines. There were maybe 40 or 50 of them, arranged in neat rows. Behind the table stood the vendor. From 30 meters away, he looked normal. A man, standing behind his table, hands at his sides. He was wearing a dark jacket and pants, unremarkable. I couldn't see his face clearly from that distance. I almost turned around. There was nothing about the stall that should have drawn me in. It was just oranges. But something made me walk closer. I've thought about this every day since, and I still can't explain it. It wasn't curiosity exactly. It was more like recognition. The feeling you get when you see something you've been looking for without knowing you were looking for it. A pull in my chest. Gentle, but specific, drawing me forward. At 20 meters, I noticed his arms. They were too long. Not grotesquely. Not in a way that would make you scream or run. Just enough that the proportions looked wrong. His hands hung past where his hands should have hung. The fingers extended to mid-thigh. His sleeves covered most of it. But the wrists that extended past the cuffs were too thin, and too pale, and too long. At 10 meters, I saw his neck. It was tilted to the right at an angle that made something in my own neck ache in sympathy. Not the way you tilt your head to listen or to stretch. This was further than that. A sustained lean that would have been painful for any normal person. And it wasn't moving. His head was locked at that angle, like it had been sat there and left. At 5 meters, I saw the oranges. They weren't oranges. They were round and roughly the size of tangerines, and they had a matte orangish color. But the surface was wrong. It wasn't the waxy skin of citrus fruit. It was smooth and slightly puckered, with a give to it that I could see even without touching, the way skin dimples when it's pressed. They were organic. They looked like flesh. Tight, round bulges of flesh, each one identical, arranged in perfect rows on the table. I should have turned around. Every reasonable part of my brain was screaming at me to turn around. But the pull was stronger now, almost physical, and the vendor was looking at me. Or I think he was looking at me. His face was partially obscured by the angle of his head, but I could see one eye, dark and fixed, and it was watching me with an attention that felt like weight. I stopped at the edge of the table. Up close, I could smell them. Not fruit, not rot, something in between, warm and faintly sweet, like the smell of skin after a fever. That kind of smell that sits in the back of your throat and won't leave. I breathed through my mouth and it didn't help. The sweetness found its way in regardless, coating my tongue with something that I could almost taste. The vendor didn't speak. He didn't gesture. He didn't shift his weight, or adjust his stance, or do any of the small unconscious movements that living people make when they're standing in one place. He was motionless, in a way that went beyond stillness into something else. The absolute zero of human movement. The kind of quiet that machines achieve, but bodies don't. He just stood there, tilted and locked, with his two long arms at his sides and his one visible eye fixed on me. I looked at the other stalls in the alley, the closed ones, shutters down, tables bare. I wondered how long they'd been closed. I wonder if they'd ever been open, or if the alley had always been like this, empty, except for one vendor at the end, waiting. The thought came and went, and I didn't follow it far enough. Then he did something that I replay in my mind constantly, trying to understand it. He reached down, slowly, with one of those elongated hands, and picked up one of the flesh balls from the table. He held it out toward me, not offering it the way a vendor offers a sample, with a smile and an open hand. He held it between his thumb and two fingers, arm extended, and just simply waited. His expression didn't change. His body didn't shift. He was a statue holding out something terrible and patient. I didn't want to take it. I need you to understand that. My hands were in my pockets, and every instinct I had was telling me to keep them there. But the longer I stood in front of that outstretched hand, the more the space between us seemed to compress. The air felt thicker. The sound of the market behind me, footsteps, voices, the clatter of a stall being restocked, grew quieter, as if the alley was sealing itself off. It was just me and the vendor, and the thing in his hand, and the silence was a pressure that built and built until the only way to relieve it was to reach out and take what he was offering. So I did. It was warm. That was the first thing I felt. Body temperature warmth. Like holding a small animal. The surface was exactly what it looked like. Skin. Smooth. Taut. Alive feeling skin stretched over something dense and round. It had no weight to it that made sense. It should have been heavier for its size, or lighter, but it was neither. It weighed exactly what you'd expect a ball of living flesh to weigh, and that precision was somehow the most disturbing thing about it. I looked up at the vendor. He had already turned away. Not walked away. Turned, like a figure on a music box, rotating to face the wall. His back was to me, his tilted head now angled toward the far end of the alley. And he was completely still. Whatever transaction had just occurred was finished. I put the thing in my pocket and walked back to the main market. My hands were shaking. The noise of the crowd hit me like stepping out of water. Sudden, overwhelming, real. I walked for 20 minutes without stopping, putting distance between myself and that alley. And when I finally paused to catch my breath outside a convenience store, I reached into my pocket to look at it again. It was warm. It was round. It was there. It was real. I told myself I'd throw it away. I told myself I'd drop it in the next trash can and forget about it, and just go back to being a tourist in a city full of beautiful things. But I didn't throw it away. I brought it back to my hotel. I sat it on the desk in my room, and I sat on the bed and looked at it for a long time. Under the fluorescent hotel light, it looked worse, more obviously organic, more obviously not fruit. The color was closer to skin tone than orange. The surface had faint lines across it, like stretch marks or the creases in a palm. It sat on the desk with the same natural weight it had in my hand, perfectly round, perfectly still. I measured it with the ruler on the back of my travel guide, just 3 inches in diameter. I went to sleep. When I woke up, I measured it again, 3.5 inches. I stared at the measurement for a long time. Then, I measured the ruler against the desk edge to make sure the ruler was accurate. It was. I measured the flesh ball again, 3.5 inches. It had grown 1/2 inch overnight. I picked it up. Still warm, still the same texture, but heavier now. Not dramatically, just noticeably. Like it had been drinking water in the night and was slightly swollen with it. The surface was tighter, the way skin gets when it stretches. And there was something else, a faint pulse, not a heartbeat, nothing that regular. More like the throb of a bruise, a slow internal pressure that pushed against my palm in long, irregular waves. I held it for maybe 10 seconds before I put it down. My hand felt warm where it had rested, a warmth that lingered longer than it should have, like the ghost of contact. I told myself it was the hotel heating. I told myself I'd measured wrong the night before, that 3 inches and 3.5 inches aren't that different. That travel fatigue and bad lighting could account for the discrepancy. I told myself every reasonable thing I could think of, and none of them held, because I knew what 3 inches looked like, and I knew what I was looking at now, and they weren't the same. I put it in the trash can. I pushed it down under the used tissues and the convenience store wrappers, and I pressed the lid shut, and I left the room, and spent the entire day walking through Shinjuku, trying not to think about it. When I came back to the hotel at 11 p.m., it was on the desk, not near the trash can, not on the floor where it might have rolled, on the desk, in the exact spot where I'd organically placed it the night before, sitting on the wood surface with the stillness of something that I'd been waiting. 4 inches. I didn't sleep that night. It didn't move. It didn't pulse or throb or do anything that I could point to and say, there, that's when it happened. But when I measured it at 6 a.m., it was 4.25 inches. It had grown while I watched it, so slowly that the change was invisible in real time. Like watching an hour hand. You know it's moving. You can see that it's moved, but you can never catch it in the act. I tried again the next day. This time, I didn't use the trash can. I took it out of the hotel, walked 6 blocks to the Sumida River, and threw it in. I watched it hit the water. It didn't splash the way a solid object should. The current took it downstream, and I watched until I couldn't see it anymore. And then, I watched for another 20 minutes, just to be sure. I walked back slowly. I took a different route than the one I'd come by. As if varying my path might confuse whatever mechanism was bringing it back. I stopped at the ramen shop and ate a bowl I couldn't taste. I bought a can of coffee from a vending machine and drank it on a bench, and watched the city move around me. All those people, all those ordinary lives, all those bodies that were the right proportions and the right temperature, and belonged entirely to themselves. I envied them in a way that felt like grief. I went back to the hotel. It was on the desk, 4.75 inches, wet. There was a faint ring of moisture on the wood surface around it, as if it had crawled out of the river and crossed 6 blocks of Tokyo and climbed 4 floors of hotel and placed itself exactly where it wanted to be. And the water was its proof that it had made the journey. Droplets still clung to its surface, each one catching the light, and I stood in the doorway of my own hotel room and understood, not intellectually, but in the deep, animal part of my brain that exists before language, that I wasn't going to be able to get rid of this thing, that the relationship between us had been established in that alley when my fingers closed around it, and nothing I did would undo that moment. That was when I noticed the first change beyond size. The surface wasn't smooth anymore. They looked like the beginning of eye sockets. Not eyes, not yet, just the places where eyes would eventually be, pressed into the flesh like thumbprints in clay. I left Tokyo the next morning. I had 5 days left on my trip. I canceled them all, took the train to Osaka, and flew home. The flesh ball was in my carry-on bag. I didn't put it there. I had left it on the desk in the Tokyo hotel room. But when I opened my bag at the airport, there it was, nestled between my folded shirts like an egg in a nest, 5 inches. The eye sockets were deeper. I've been home for 11 days. It's on my desk now. The same desk where I'm writing this. It grows approximately half an inch every 24 hours, though the rate isn't perfectly consistent. Some days it's a little more, some days a little less, as if it breathes in growth the way lungs breathe in air, expanding and contracting around a steady average. The face came in over the next week, not all at once, in stages, each one worse than the last. The eye sockets deepened and darkened, the tissue inside them turning a wet, bruised color that glistened when the light hit it. On the 4th day home, a ridge formed between them, a nose bridge, pushing up from the surface like bone rising through mud. By the 6th day, the nose had nostrils. They were too small and perfectly round, like the holes left by a pencil pressed into dough, and they opened and closed, not with breath, not with any air that I could feel, but with a slow, rhythmic contraction that matched no pattern I could identify. The mouth came last, a seam first, a thin horizontal line below the nose ridge that looked like a scratch. Then it deepened into a crease. Then it opened just slightly, and inside was dark and wet and deep, deeper than the size of the ball should allow. I made the mistake of shining my phone flashlight into it on the 8th night. The light went in and didn't come back. The mouth absorbed it, the way water absorbs light, completely, without reflection. The seam opens and closes now, rhythmically, breathing. On the 9th day, I woke up, and the legs had come in, 6 of them, protruding from the base, the hemisphere opposite the face. They were thin, the thickness of a pencil, and jointed in 3 places each. They were the color of the rest of it, that fevered, too warm skin tone, but harder to the touch, almost chitinous, like the legs of an insect wrapped in human skin. They moved, not constantly, not with purpose. They twitched and tapped and flexed, testing the surface of the desk the way a newborn animal tests the ground. That was the morning I tried to destroy it. I put it in the kitchen sink and turned on the garbage disposal. The legs scrambled against the stainless steel, scratching and clicking. A sound like someone drumming their fingernails on a metal table at triple speed. The mouth opened wider than I'd ever seen it. A perfect dark circle, silent, like a scream with no sound. The face, incomplete as it was, contorted around that opening in a way that looked like pain or rage or something older than either. I pushed it toward the drain. The disposal was running, the blades churning. My hand was 6 inches away from feeding this thing into that machine. I could feel the vibration of the motor through the sink basin, through my wrists, and I thought, just do it. Just push it in. Whatever happens, it'll be over. The legs will stop tapping, and the mouth will stop breathing, and you'll wash the remains down the drain and bleach the sink, and it'll be done. But my hands wouldn't move. Not because of fear, not because the legs were gripping at the edge of the sink with a strength that surprised me. Though they were. The chitlin tips dug into the steel, leaving tiny scratches that I can still see. I couldn't do it because something in my chest, that same pull I'd felt in that alley, that same gentle, specific pressure, seized up and held me. My arm locked. My fingers wouldn't close. It was like trying to force yourself to cut into your own skin. The body simply refuses, not through logic, but through some deeper wiring that overrides conscious intent. My brain was saying push, and my body was saying no, with a finality that terrified me more than that thing in the sink. I stood there for a long time with the disposal running and the thing braced against the basin, its legs splayed wide for grip, its faceless face pointed up at me, its mouth opening and closing in that steady breathing rhythm. I could see the ridges inside the mouth now, concentric rings of tissue that caught the light, and I thought I saw them move, a slow, parasitic contraction, like a throat swallowing in reverse, preparing. Then I turned off the disposal and picked it up and put it back on the desk. It was heavier, 8 inches across now. The legs were longer, and where my fingers had gripped it, the skin was flushed darker, as if blood had rushed to the surface in response to my touch, as if it had enjoyed being held. Last night, I tried to leave it. I put it in the apartment, locked the door, and drove to my mother's house 40 minutes away. I told myself I'd stay there, that distance would break this connection. I sat in her kitchen and drank coffee and talked about nothing and felt, for 2 hours, almost normal. She asked about Japan. I told her about the temples, the food, the way light looked on the water in Kyoto. I didn't tell her about the market, or the alley, or the thing on my desk that was growing a face. She could tell something was wrong. Mothers can always tell. She asked if I was sleeping. She asked if work was stressing me out. She put her hand on mine across the kitchen table and said I looked thin, and I told her I was fine. And the lie was so ordinary and so inadequate that I almost broke down and told her everything right there. I didn't, because what would I say? Mom, I took a ball of flesh from a vendor in Tokyo who wasn't human, and now it's growing spider legs on my desk. And I can't throw it away because it comes back, and I can feel it pulling me toward it like gravity. She'd call a doctor. She'd be right to call a doctor. The truth sounds exactly like the kind of thing that isn't true. Then I felt the pull, not in my chest this time, in my stomach, lower, like hunger or nausea, a directional ache that pointed back toward my apartment, like a compass needle. It started mild and built over the next hour until I was sweating, my hands clenched under the table, my jaw tight. My mother asked if I was feeling all right. I told her I was fine. By midnight, the pull was so strong that my vision was narrowing. The edges of my room were going dark, contracting, as if the world itself was funneling down to a single point. And that point was 40 minutes east on my desk in my apartment, waiting. My mother had gone to bed. I sat alone in her kitchen, and I could feel it, specifically, its weight and its warmth and the rhythm of its breathing mouth, as clearly as if it were sitting in my lap. The distance between us wasn't a barrier. It was a wire, pulled taut, vibrating with a tension that was getting harder to bear with every minute. I drove home at 1 a.m. I walked through the door, and there it was, exactly where I'd left it, 9 inches. The legs were fully articulated now, each one 4 or 5 inches long, jointed and precise. As I watched, it moved for the first time. Not a twitch, a deliberate, coordinated movement. It shifted on the desk, rotating itself to face me, and the legs adjusted beneath it like a spider settling onto a web. The eye sockets tracked me as I crossed the room. There was nothing in them. No iris, no pupil, just those dark, wet hollows. But they tracked me. I sat down at the desk. We looked at each other. The mouth opened, wider than before, wide enough that I could see the interior. Not just darkness now, but texture, ridges inside, concentric rings of tissue like the inside of a throat, spiraling down into something I couldn't see and didn't want to think about. It closed, opened, closed. It was breathing. It's been 12 days now. It's the size of a basketball. The face is almost complete. The eye sockets have developed lids, thin, translucent membranes that slide across the hollows in slow blinks. The nose has definition, cartilage shapes pressing up under the skin. The mouth has lips now. They're thin and colorless, and they peel back when the breathing rhythm peaks, revealing the dark interior with its spiraling ridges. The legs are 8 inches long and fully functional. It walks, short distances, from the desk to the edge, back to the center. It tests surfaces, grips edges, adjusts its position. The tapping's constant now. A light percussion of chitlin-wrapped legs on wood that follows me through the apartment, even when I'm in another room. Tap, tap, tap. It's growing faster. 1.5 inches yesterday, almost 2 inches today. The math isn't hard. At this rate, it'll be the size of a person in 2 weeks. Maybe less, if the rate keeps accelerating. And I think it will. I think it's been accelerating since the beginning. So gradually that I mistook the curve for a line. I've started to understand what it's becoming. Not because it told me. It's never made a sound. Not once. In 12 days of growing and changing and watching me with those wet, empty sockets. I understand because I remember the vendor. The vendor standing behind his table in that narrow alley. The vendor with his 2 long arms and his head tilted at an angle that necks don't bend. The vendor who held out a ball of flesh with inhuman patience and waited for me to take it. The vendor who had behind his table dozens more, arranged in neat rows, waiting for the next person to stop and look and feel that pull in their chest and reach out and take one. The flesh balls aren't offspring. They're not seeds or eggs or parasites. They're replacements. The vendor wasn't selling anything. He was distributing himself. Each ball is the beginning of a new one, a new figure, grown from the same flesh, building itself piece by piece in the home of whoever was foolish enough to take it. The face, the legs, the body that will follow. It's constructing itself in my apartment, using time and warmth and proximity as fuel. And when it's done, when it's standing on those spider legs with its blank face and its 2 long arms and its head tilted at that terrible angle, it will find a table and arrange its own flesh on it and wait, and I will be gone. Not dead, maybe. The vendor didn't look dead, but not alive in any way that matters. Just a tilted, silent thing in an alley, holding out pieces of itself to strangers. I wonder how many alleys there are now. How many markets around the world have a vendor that wasn't there yesterday, standing behind a table of flesh disguised as fruit, waiting for someone to feel that pull and stop and reach out. I wonder how many people are sitting in apartments like mine right now, watching something grow on their desk, feeling their arms stretch and their necks stiffen and their bodies slowly becoming foreign territory. I wonder if any of them found a way out. I don't think they did. I think the pool always wins. I think it's been winning for a very long time. I know this because the pool has changed. It's not pulling me toward the thing on my desk anymore. It's pulling me into it. I can feel it when I sit too close. A gravity in my skin. A warmth that matches its warmth. As if my body is slowly recognizing it as a part of itself. Or recognizing itself as a part of it. The distinction's getting harder to make. My right arm is longer than it was. I noticed this morning. Just slightly. Maybe a 1/4 inch. Maybe less. But I measured. And I measured again. And the tape doesn't lie. My right arm is longer than my left. And it wasn't before. My neck is stiff. It wants to tilt. I'm going to post this while I still can. While my fingers still work the way fingers are supposed to work, and my thoughts still move in lines instead of circles. It's watching me type. It's always watching me now. The legs tap, and the mouth breathes, and the sockets follow me, and I can feel it in my chest, and my stomach, and my skin. That pull, that patient, terrible gravity that started in that alley in Tokyo, and followed me across an ocean and is slowly, steadily making me into something I don't have a word for. If you're reading this, I need you to hear me. If you find yourself in a market, any market, anywhere, and you see a stall you don't remember seeing before, with a vendor who stands too still and holds his head at an angle that makes your neck ache, and on his table there's things that look like oranges but aren't, walk away. Don't stop. Don't look. Don't let the silence pull you in, because he won't speak. He won't call out to you or wave you over or do anything that a normal vendor would. He'll just hold one out, arm extended, patient and still, and wait, and you'll still want to take it. You'll feel it in your chest, that pull, that recognition, like finding something you didn't know you'd lost. Every part of you will want to reach out and close your fingers around it and feel how warm it is. Don't. I can hear the legs moving behind me as I write this. Louder now. Closer. The desk is creaking under its weight. It's heavier than a basketball should be. Heavier than anything that size should be. As if it's denser than it looks. As if it's packing more of itself into the space it occupies. My neck is tilting. I keep straightening it. It tilts again. My arms ache. They ache the way muscles ache when they're stretching, when they're being pulled longer than they're supposed to go. The mouth is open, wider than I've ever seen it. I can see ridges inside spiraling down, and for the first time, I think I can see the bottom. Something dark and wet and moving, something that looks like it's reaching up. I think it's hungry. I think it's been hungry since the beginning. And the growing, and the face, and the legs were just the preparation, the building of a mouth big enough to use. I think I know what happens next. I'm going to post this, and I'm going to leave my apartment, and I'm going to try one last time to drive away. But the pull's so strong now that my hands are shaking, and my vision is tunneling, and the only point of light left in the world is the thing on my desk, with its breathing mouth and its watching face and its legs that tap. If this is the last thing I write, let it be a warning. If it's not, if I make it, if I drive far enough, if this pull breaks, I'll update. But I won't. I know I won't update. My neck's tilting, and it feels right. It feels like the angle it was always supposed to be at. That's the worst part. Not the fear, the recognition, the feeling that this isn't something being done to me. It's something I'm becoming. The mouth is opening. I want to tell you about my garden. I want to tell you because I think it's the only honest thing I have left. And because soon, I don't think I'll be able to tell anyone anything. My name is Yuko. I live alone in a house at the end of a gravel road in Kamiso, a town in rural Hokkaido. Most of the maps have forgotten it. I moved here 3 years ago, after everything that happened in Sapporo. I told my mother I needed quiet. I told my few remaining friends I needed space. What I actually needed was distance. Distance from the questions, the suspicion, the way certain people looked at me when they thought I wasn't paying attention. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The house was cheap, unreasonably cheap, even for a place this remote. A 2-room farmhouse with a corrugated roof and a kitchen that smelled permanently of damp wood and old tea. The property backed up against a hillside thick with cedar, and behind the house was a long, narrow strip of land, maybe 15 meters by 6, that the previous owner had used as a vegetable garden. The soil was dark and loose, the kind of earth that feels almost alive when you push your fingers into it. Rich, hungry. I started gardening almost immediately. I hadn't planned to. I'd never grown anything in my life, but there was something about that soil that invited you to work. I'd wake up in the morning and feel a pull toward the back door, a quiet compulsion, the way you sometimes feel drawn to look over the edge of something high. Not because you want to fall, but because the emptiness asks you to. I planted tomatoes first, then cucumbers, daikon, and a few rows of shiso. Simple things, the kind of garden anyone in the countryside might keep. And everything grew. That was the remarkable part. I had no experience, no real knowledge of what I was doing. And yet, everything I put in that soil came up strong and fast, almost urgently, as if the ground had been waiting for someone to give it permission. By midsummer, the garden was lush, absurdly so. The tomato plants were nearly as tall as I was, their stems thick and dark, their fruit so red it looked almost arterial. I bit into one once, and the juice ran down my chin in a way that made me set it down and not eat another for a week. The daikon pushed up through the soil in pale, fleshy columns that I had to avert my eyes from sometimes because they looked too much like fingers. And the smell, there was a sweetness to the soil that I couldn't place. Not rot, exactly. Something richer and deeper, like the memory of rot. Like the earth was processing something just below the threshold of recognition. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I told myself the soil was just fertile, healthy, just doing what good soil does. I told myself a lot of things that first year. The teeth appeared the following spring. I was turning the soil in early April, preparing the beds for a new season, when my trowel hit something hard. I assumed it was a stone. I worked it free with my fingers and held it up to the light. It was small, slightly yellowed, with a single curved root, a human molar. I sat back on my heels and stared at it. My first thought, and I'm ashamed of how clinical this was, is that it must have been old. The previous owner, or someone before them, might have buried something here. Rural properties in Hokkaido have layers, old foundations, old wells, old graves from before the registries were kept properly. I set the tooth on the edge of the garden bed and kept digging. I found 4 more that afternoon. They were all different. An incisor, a canine, 2 premolars and the original molar, each one intact, each one clean, as if they'd been placed in the soil deliberately rather than lost to time and decay. I put them in a glass jar on my kitchen windowsill and tried to forget about them. I almost managed. But the next morning, something had changed in the garden. In the row where I'd pulled the teeth, there were small white points pushing up through the soil, 5 of them, evenly spaced, each about the size of a grain of rice. They could have been seedlings. They could have been mineral deposits working their way to the surface. I knelt down and brushed the dirt away from the nearest one with my thumb. It was the smooth, curved crown of a tooth, growing upward, rooted in the earth, as if the soil itself were teething. I should have stopped. I know that. I should have called someone, or dug the whole bed up, or simply walked away from the house and never came back. But I didn't. And I need you to understand why. Because the reason is the same reason I'm in this house, in this town, at the end of this road where no one comes. I stayed because I recognized the teeth. 3 years ago, before I moved to Kamiso, I lived in a small apartment in Sapporo with a man named Kenji Muraoka. We had been together for 2 years. He was quiet, attentive, the kind of person who remembered how you took your coffee and never mentioned it. For the first year, I thought I'd found something rare. By the second year, I understood that his attentiveness was not kindness. It was surveillance. The details don't matter. Or rather, they matter enormously, but not to this story. What matters is that one night in January, during an argument that had started about nothing and escalated into everything, Kenji grabbed my wrist hard enough to leave bruises that lasted 2 weeks. And when I pulled away, when I shoved him back with every ounce of fear and rage that had been building for months, he stumbled. He hit the edge of the kitchen counter with the back of his head. The sound was small. That's the part I can never explain to anyone. You expect violence to be loud, to announce itself. But the sound of his skull against the granite
was no louder than a knuckle tapping a door. A polite, short knock. And then he was on the floor, and there was blood running into the grout between the tiles in a pattern that looked almost deliberate, almost like calligraphy. And his eyes were open, but they weren't looking at anything anymore. He was dead within minutes. I sat on the kitchen floor with him for a long time, long enough for the blood to cool and darken and become something that didn't look like blood anymore, long enough to understand, with a clarity that felt surgical, that no one would believe me, that his family wouldn't believe me, that the police, who had already dismissed 2 reports I'd filed about his behavior, would look at the bruises on his hands and the wound on his head and see a woman who had done something unforgivable. I won't describe what I did next. I'll tell you that I drove for a very long time that night, and that the ground in Hokkaido freezes hard in January, but not everywhere, and not evenly, and that if you know where the hot springs feed warmth into the soil, you can find places where the earth is soft enough to open. They never found Kenji. The investigation lasted 8 months. His family hired a private detective who followed me for a while, and then stopped. My name was in the papers twice, and then it wasn't. People moved on. Everyone moved on except me. I moved to Kamiso. I started a garden, and 2 years later, the garden started giving him back. The teeth grew quickly. Within a week, the 5 small crowns had pushed up several centimeters, each one now unmistakably a human tooth, rooted in the black soil like a grotesque parody of a seedling. They were perfect, gleaming, whiter than they'd ever been when they were in his mouth, as if the earth had cleaned them, polished them, made them presentable for their return. I pulled one out. It came free with a soft, wet sound, like pulling a radish, and in the hole it left behind, I could see something pale shifting just below the surface. I pushed the soil back and stood up and went inside and locked the door. I didn't go back into the garden for 3 days. On the 4th day, I looked out the kitchen window and saw that the row had filled in completely. There were dozens of teeth now, crowded together in a dense ridge that ran the full length of the garden bed. Some were tilted, some were perfectly upright, and they caught the morning light in a way that made the whole row glitter like quartz. From a distance, it almost looked beautiful. I started wearing gloves when I went outside. I don't know why. It was an irrational decision. It was the same impulse that makes you cover a mirror in a dark room. Not because you think something is behind the glass, but because you can't bear the possibility. The 2nd week, the shapes began. They started at the far end of the garden, where I hadn't planted anything in months. Pale formations pushing up through the soil in clusters. Not teeth this time, but something larger, something articulated. I told myself they were roots, mushrooms, mineral formations. I told myself every comforting lie I could construct, and I believed none of them. They were fingers, 5 of them, arranged in a loose curl, breaking the surface of the soil the way a drowning person's hand might break the surface of still water. The skin, if it was skin, was the color of parsnip flesh, pale and slightly translucent, and when I forced myself to kneel close enough to look, I could see the faint shadow of bone beneath. I grabbed the hand and pulled. I don't know why. Reflex, maybe. The same reflex that makes you open a door when someone knocks, even if you know that no one should be there. It resisted, not like something stuck, like something holding on. I felt the fingers tighten, just slightly, just enough to be unmistakable, and I let go and fell backward into the dirt and crawled away on my hands and knees, like a child. That night, I heard the sound for the first time. It came from the garden, a low grinding vibration, like stone moving against stone deep underground. It lasted about 20 seconds, then stopped, then started again. I lie in bed and listen to it cycle. 20 seconds of grinding, 10 seconds of silence, then another 20 seconds. And I understood with a nauseating certainty
that it was rhythmic, patient. Something beneath the garden was working its way up. Over the following weeks, I watched the garden transform. The teeth spread outward from the original bed, colonizing soil I hadn't turned, pushing up through hard-packed ground, and even through the gravel along the garden's edge. They grew in formations now, ridges, arcs, spirals, arrangements that looked almost architectural, as if they were being organized by a design I couldn't perceive from ground level. I took a photograph from the upstairs window and nearly dropped my phone. From above, the teeth formed a shape, an outline, the outline of a human body curled on its side. The exact position I had placed him in. I stood at the window for a long time. I don't know how long. The light changed. The shadows of the cedars crept across the garden, and the teeth glowed faintly in the dusk, like something bioluminescent, something deep ocean, something that had no business being on land. I deleted the photograph. Then, I took another. Then I deleted that one too. It didn't matter. The image was already behind my eyes, burned there the way certain things burn. The shape of his body outlined in teeth, curled in on itself like a sleeping child, like something returned to the position it occupied before it was born. The hands came next. More of them, in different places. One near the stone wall, two by the cedar at the garden's edge, one directly in front of the back door, its fingers spread flat against the earth as if pressing against glass from the other side. They moved at night. I could hear them, a soft scraping sound, like someone dragging their nails across packed earth. By morning, they would be in new positions, reaching, grasping, pulling. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating, mostly. I spent my days sitting in the kitchen with the curtains drawn, listening to the garden rearrange itself. Sometimes, the grinding sound would stop, and I would hear something else beneath it. Something quieter and worse. A whisper, though not quite words, not quite breath, coming from everywhere at once, rising through the floorboards like moisture. I poured salt along the garden's edge. I burned incense until the house was thick with smoke. I considered calling a priest, but I couldn't imagine explaining what he would need to bless, or what would crawl out of the explanation. I considered running, but every time I reached for my car keys, I felt it. That pull, the same one I'd felt the first morning, the quiet gravity of the garden, drawing me toward the back door. The morning I found the jaw was the morning I stopped pretending I could leave. It was sitting on top of the soil, near the center of the garden, resting upright on the dirt, as if someone had placed it there carefully. A human mandible, complete, every tooth intact. The bone was clean and white and perfect. And I knew it, the way you know your own handwriting. I knew the crooked incisor on the lower left. I knew the chip on the right canine, from where he'd opened a bottle at a party once and laughed about it. That rare, careless laugh that made you forget, briefly, what he was capable of. It was Kenji's jaw, sitting in my garden like a flower that had finally bloomed. I picked it up. I held it in both hands and felt its weight. And it was warm. Not sun warm, but body warm. The warmth of something that still has a pulse. And for one terrible moment, I thought I felt it move. A faint tremor, the jaw trying to open, trying to speak. The garden was bringing him back, piece by piece, bone by bone, tooth by tooth. The earth was reassembling what I had given it, and it was doing it with a precision and patience that suggested this was not random. This was not a haunting. This was not a restless spirit clawing toward the light. This was something older, something the soil had always known how to do. The earth remembers what you give it, and eventually, it gives it back. I know how this sounds. I know you're thinking I should leave, drive away, burn the house, start over somewhere else. And maybe you're right. Maybe there's still a version of this where I get in my car and drive south and never look back
and the garden just sits there, growing its awful harvest for no one. But that's not happening. The roots have found the house. I noticed it last week. Fine white threads running along the baseboards in the kitchen, almost invisible against the pale wood. I thought they were mold at first. Then I looked closer and saw that they weren't threads at all. They were roots, impossibly thin, branching and rebranching in fractal patterns that covered the wall behind the refrigerator like lace. And embedded in the roots, at irregular intervals, like beads on a string, were teeth. Small ones. The kind you find in the back of the mouth. The ones no one ever sees. I tried to pull them out. The roots came away from the wall in long, wet strips, and behind them, the plaster was stained a deep brownish red, as if the wall itself were bruised. The smell hit me then. The same sweet subterranean richness from the garden, but concentrated, humid, close, like pressing your face into freshly turned earth after rain, like breathing the inside of a grave. The roots are in every room now. They run behind the walls, under the floors, through the ceiling. At night, I can hear them growing, a faint, continuous crackling, like ice forming on a pond. And beneath it, always, that rhythmic grinding from below. Yesterday morning, I found a tooth in my mouth that wasn't mine. I was brushing my teeth, and I felt something wrong, something that hasn't been there. I opened my mouth in front of the mirror, and there it was, a molar, wedged between my own, slightly yellowed, with a hairline crack along the crown that I remembered, because I had once told him he should see a dentist about it. He told me to mind my own business, in that quiet, measured voice that meant the conversation was over. His tooth, in my mouth, rooted in my gum as if it had always been there. I pulled it out with pliers. The pain was extraordinary, bright and hot, and clarifying, and the blood that came out was dark, almost black, and it tasted like soil. This morning, there were 2 more. I can feel them now, pressing up through my gums the way they pressed through the garden soil, slow and relentless, and inevitable. My jaw aches with a deep structural pain, as if the bone itself is making room. I looked in the mirror an hour ago, and my teeth, my own teeth, have shifted, rearranged. The bottom row is no longer mine. The alignment, the spacing, the crooked incisor on the lower left. I'm looking at his smile in my mouth. My fingers are stiff this morning. I noticed it when I tried to make tea. They won't bend the way they should. And when I hold them up to the light, I can see something dark beneath the nails. Not dirt, not blood, but something granular. Something that shifts when I flex. The skin of my hands has taken on a grayish cast, like something left in water too long. And when I press my thumbnail into my forearm, the flesh doesn't spring back. It stays dimpled, compacted, like soil. There's a smell coming from my own skin now. Faint, but unmistakable. That sweet, deep earth richness. The garden's perfume rising from inside me. The garden is very quiet today. That's what frightens me the most. The grinding has stopped. The whispers have stopped. The hands are motionless, still reaching upward, but frozen in place, as if they found what they were looking for. I think they have. The roots in the house have reached the bathroom. They're wrapped around the base of the mirror, climbing the frame. And in the reflection, I can see them moving behind me, slow and purposeful, reaching my ankles the way his hands used to reach for my wrists. I understand now what the garden is. It isn't haunted. It isn't cursed. It's a mouth. The earth is a mouth, and it's been chewing on what I gave it for 3 years, breaking it down, tasting it, learning its shape. And now it wants the rest of the story. Not just what I buried, what did the burying. I can feel the soil under my skin. I can feel roots threading through the space between my muscles, winding around my bones the way ivy winds around a trellis. My feet are numb. I looked down a moment ago, and there were dirt between my toes. Not on them, between them, as if the skin had split along the seams I didn't know I had, and the earth had started filling in. I'm going to go outside now. I don't want to. I need you to understand that. But the pull is so strong, and my legs are already moving, and the back door is open, and the garden, it's so green, so impossibly green, and the soil's so dark and so soft, and it's already warm against my knees as I kneel down. My hands are in the dirt. The earth closes around my fingers like it knows them, like it's been waiting, like it remembers what these hands have done, and it's not finished with them yet. I think when they find this place, if they find this place, they'll see a garden. A beautiful garden, immaculate, tended with obsessive care. The soil will be dark and rich, the rows neat, the river stones pressed in with perfect uniformity. And somewhere among the roses and the daikon and the soft green shiso leaves, there will be white things growing. Small, curved, gleaming things pushing up through the soil in tidy rows. 2 sets of teeth now, where before there was only one. They'll think they're stones. They should leave them alone.
I've been a detective with the Philadelphia PD for 17 years. I worked homicides, missing persons, organized crime. I've seen things that would make most people quit the force, but nothing prepared me for what I found in the Kensington Hollow district last month. I'm writing this because I need someone to know, in case I'm wrong about what I did, in case it comes back. The disappearances started in late September. Over 3 weeks, 11 people vanished from a 6-block radius in Hollow, an abandoned industrial district the city had been trying to redevelop for years. The area was a graveyard of old textile factories and warehouses, most of them condemned. Normally, missing persons from Hollow wouldn't get much attention. People drifted in and out like ghosts. But 11 in 3 weeks was unusual. And there was something else. Every single one had been reported by the same person. Raymond Torres ran a soup kitchen out of a converted garage on Frankfurt Avenue, right on the edge of Hollow. He had been feeding the neighborhood's homeless population for 5 years. When he came to the station for the 4th time in 2 weeks, my lieutenant finally assigned the case to me. Detective Reeves, Raymond said when I met him in the interview room. He was a thin Hispanic man in his 50s, with gray streaking through his black hair and worry lines carved deep around his eyes. "Thank you for seeing me." He pulled out a worn manila folder and spreaded photos across the table. Polaroids mostly. Candid shots of people eating in his kitchen. Teresa Vaughn disappeared September 23rd. She came every morning at 6:30, like clockwork. She'd been clean for 8 months, working to get her daughter back from foster care. He moved to the next photo. David Seal, September 25th, 62, diabetic. Came in for the low-sugar meals his condition needed, waiting for a bed at Spring Street Shelter. Raymond went through each photo with the same detail. Angela Martinez, a former nurse 2 months into a methadone program. James Sullivan, a veteran with PTSD. Kelly Morrison, a 19-year-old trying to get her GED. "These aren't just statistics," I said. "They're people, Detective. They have lives, goals, and they wouldn't just abandon all of that. I know what the department thinks, but I've been doing this for 5 years. I know the difference between someone moving on and someone disappearing." "You said they all lived in Hollow?" "Slept there, in old factories. There's a community, and they look out for each other." "And you haven't seen any of them since they disappeared?" Raymond hesitated. "No, but others have. Some folks who come to the kitchen said they saw the missing people in Hollow at night, walking toward the old Monarch Textiles building on Lehigh Avenue. Just walking, not talking, not responding when people called out to them. I wrote it down, though it sounded like unreliable witness accounts. Anything else unusual? Raymond met my eyes. The dogs won't go near Hollow anymore. Not for the past month. And there's a smell. People say it started around the same time. It gets stronger at night. What kind of smell? Sweet. Like rotting fruit. But worse. Heavier. I promised to look into it, expecting to find nothing. Maybe discover the missing people had turned up in other shelters, then close the case. That's how things usually went. I drove to Hollow the next afternoon. Block after block of boarded up buildings, windows like empty eye sockets. Graffiti covered every surface. The streets were cracked and overgrown with weeds. I passed maybe 3 people, all watching my car with dead eyes. The Monarch Textiles building dominated the corner of Lehigh and Jasper. 6 stories of red brick, windows shattered or covered with plywood. The main entrance was chained shut, but someone had cut through the fence around the back. I parked and got out. The air had a stillness that felt wrong for a city. No traffic sounds, no voices, just silence. And underneath that silence, a smell. Faint, but definitely there. Sweet and cloying. Like Raymond had said. It reminded me of finding a dead rat in my apartment air vent. Similar, but different. More organic. I called out, identifying myself as police. No response. I squeezed through the gap in the fence and approached the loading dock. The metal door was ajar. I should have called for backup, but I was doing preliminary investigation. I pulled the door open wider. The smell was much stronger inside. I pulled my shirt over my nose and took out my flashlight. The loading area was empty, except for old pallets and debris. My flashlight illuminated concrete floors, thick with dust and fabric scraps. But the fabric wasn't scattered randomly. It was arranged, piled in specific locations, mounted against the walls. Like nests. The main floor was vast, support columns rising to a barely visible ceiling. More fabric everywhere. The smell was overwhelming. I gagged and almost turned back. That's when I heard it. A sound from above. Wet. Rhythmic. Like someone chewing. "This is the police," I called out. My voice echoed strangely. "I need you to show yourself." The chewing stopped. I stood there, hand on my holster, every instinct screaming at me to leave. Then, from above, shuffling. Multiple feet, moving in unison. Not running, not walking normally, just shuffling with a strange mechanical rhythm. I found the stairwell and started climbing. 2nd floor, empty. 3rd floor, the same. The fabric was arranged in concentric circles around a hole in the floor. A deliberate hole, edges smooth, about 3 feet across. 4th floor, the shuffling stopped. 5th floor, that's where I found the first shoe. Woman's sneaker, pink and white, worn at the heel. I recognized her from Raymond's photos. Teresa Vaughn had been wearing shoes like that. Then her jacket folded neatly. Then her wallet, standing upright. Not dropped, but seemingly arranged. I followed the trail down the hallway. More items appeared. David Seal's wallet, Angela Martinez's jacket, James Sullivan's veteran ID, all in a neat line, like breadcrumbs. The trail led to a door at the end. Unlike the others, this one was closed. The smell was strongest here. I could hear breathing behind the door, multiple things breathing in perfect synchronization. I drew my weapon and opened the door. The room was large, probably an old office space. Daylight streamed through unboarded windows,
They stood in rows, maybe 20 people, all facing the far wall. They swayed slightly, moving side to side in a synchronized rhythm. Some I recognized from Raymond's photos. Teresa in the front row, barefoot. David Seal beside her. Angela Martinez, James Sullivan, and Kelly Morrison. They all wore the same expression. Blank. Empty. Nothing behind their eyes. "Philadelphia police," I said, my voice shaking. "I need everyone to turn around, slowly." They didn't respond, just kept swaying, kept breathing in that synchronized rhythm. I moved closer. "Teresa Vaughn? David Seal? Raymond Torres sent me to find you." At Raymond's name, David twitched, his head jerked slightly, then back. But he didn't turn around. I was close enough now to see the far wall. It was covered in fabric, but wet, pulsing. I could see veins running through it, throbbing with each synchronized breath. The fabric wasn't fabric. It was skin, layers of molted skin, somehow still alive. And in the center, a hole, big enough for a person to fit through. Something pale and segmented coiled inside it. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. That's when Teresa turned. Same face from the photo, but her eyes were milky white, clouded over like a corpse. And her mouth began to open, wider than it should have, jaw dislocating with small popping sounds. She took a step toward me, jerky, puppet-like movements. The others began to turn too, 20 pairs of dead eyes fixing on me. I backed toward the door. "Stay where you are." They didn't stop. They moved in unison, stepped forward in perfect synchronization. And as they moved, their mouths opened wider, impossibly wide. I could see down their throats, see something moving. Something that wasn't human. Something coiling up from their stomachs. I ran. I took the steps 3 at a time. Behind me, they followed. Not running, just walking with those mechanical steps, somehow keeping pace. Their footsteps echoed in perfect unison. I hit the ground floor and sprinted for the exit. My foot caught on fabric and I went down hard. My gun skittered across the concrete. I scrambled for it, hands closing around the grip just as the first one appeared at the bottom of the stairs. David Seal, or what had been him, the thing wearing his face tilted its head at an impossible angle. "David?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Raymond is worried about you." David's mouth opened, wider than Teresa's, wider than possible. The skin at the corner split, blood running down his chin, and something emerged from his throat. Long and pale and segmented, like a massive grub. It uncoiled from David's mouth, easily 6 feet long, thick as my arm. The surface glistened, covered in clear mucus. The end split open into a circular maw, ringed with hook-like teeth. The thing swayed, that circular mouth opening and closing, tasting the air. Then it oriented on me. The others were coming down the stairs, all of them, all with those things emerging from their mouths, pale bodies waving like obscene tongues. I fired, 3 shots center mass. David's body jerked backwards, but the thing kept moving, stretching toward me, its circular mouth opening wider. I fired again, hit the creature directly. It shrieked, a sound like metal scraping metal, and recoiled back into David's throat. His body crumpled. The others rushed forward. I emptied my magazine, hitting 2 more, then ran. I didn't stop until I was back at my car, doors locked, engine running. I called my lieutenant, told him I found the missing people and needed immediate backup. 6 units responded, tactical team, EMTs, the whole works. We went in together, weapons drawn. But the building, it was empty. No missing people, no bodies, no blood where I'd shot David. Just those personal items on the 6th floor, and a massive pile of something on the ground floor. The lab confirmed it. Organic material. Human skin. Dozens of layers from different people. But hollow. No bodies inside. Just the skin. peeled away and discarded like empty suits. We searched every building in Hollow over 3 days, found more molted skins, found drainage tunnels connecting all the buildings, big enough for a person to crawl through, found scratch marks on the tunnel walls, deep gouges in the concrete. But we never found the missing people. Raymond came to the station every day. On the 4th day, he pulled me aside. "You saw them, didn't you?" he said quietly. "You saw what happened?" "Yeah, I saw them." "Are they alive?" I thought about those milky eyes, those puppet movements, those things coiling from their throats. "No. Whatever those things are now, they're not the people you knew." Raymond nodded slowly. "Are we safe?" I wanted to say yes, but I couldn't lie. I don't know." Over the next week, reports started coming in from other parts of the city. People acting strange, standing in groups, swaying, walking toward abandoned buildings. The department classified my report, put me on mandatory leave. They said I was experiencing stress-related hallucinations, that what I'd seen was squatters on drugs. They had explanations for everything. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew what I had to do. I spent 2 weeks preparing, mapping tunnel systems under Hollow, buying gasoline. The night I went back, I left my wife Sarah a letter, explained everything, told her to leave Philadelphia if this went wrong. I brought 20 gallons of gasoline, started with the Monarch building, soaking every floor. I could hear them as I worked, that synchronized shuffling in the darkness. They knew I was there, but they didn't try to stop me. Then, the other buildings, one by one, 6 square blocks of abandoned factories. I lit the first match at dawn. The fire spread faster than I expected. The flames burned wrong colors, blues and greens mixed with orange and red, and the smell was indescribable. I heard them screaming as they burned. Not human screams. The same metal on metal shriek, multiplied, overlapping. I heard them screaming. The fire department responded, but by then, it was too late. The whole district was burning. It burned for 3 days. When it was finally out, nothing remained but ash and twisted metal. They haven't found bodies. Not human ones. The investigators found remains, lots of them, but not human. Not anything in a biology textbook. They've sent samples to the CDC. No one can identify what they are. I turned myself in the day after, confessed to the arson. The trial starts in 2 months. But here's why I'm writing this. 3 days ago, I started seeing people at my precinct standing too still, swaying slightly. Yesterday, my partner mentioned a smell in the building. Sweet, he said, like rotting fruit. The precinct was built in 1962, right on top of old factory grounds. There's tunnels underneath. And this morning, I saw Raymond Torres on the news, reported missing. Last seen 3 days ago, walking toward an abandoned warehouse in Frankfurt. I think the fire didn't destroy them all. I think it just scattered them, sent them looking for new places to hide, new tunnels, new people to use as hosts. I think they've been under the city for a long time, maybe since the factories closed, using the forgotten people, the ones no one would miss. And now, they're spreading. I'm writing this from my cell in county jail. They put me in isolation. If you're reading this, and you start smelling something sweet in your neighborhood, if you see people swaying in groups with blank eyes, get out. Don't investigate. Don't try to help them. Just go as far and as fast as you can. And whatever you do, don't let them get close enough to open their mouths. I burned Hollow, and I'd do it again. Maybe I bought us some time. Maybe I just made things worse. But at least I tried. If they find me in my cell tomorrow with milky white eyes, my mouth hanging open, Remember this. They can be killed. Fire destroys them. Complete immolation is the only thing that works. So if it spreads beyond Philadelphia, you know what to do. Burn it all. Don't hesitate. Don't try to save us. We're already gone.
I work on cargo ships. Long hauls across the empty stretches of ocean. It's usually monotonous. The endless blue, the thrum of engines, the routine. But this last trip was different. It started about 10 days out from port, somewhere in the Pacific. I was on a late watch. Just me and the stars, and the hiss of the bow cutting through the water. That's when I first saw it. A disturbance in the dark water off the port side. Too large to be dolphins. Too deliberate for a random wave. Then, a plume of mist shot up, illuminated briefly by the deck lights. A whale. Not unheard of, but this one was big. Really big. And it was close. The next morning, it was still there, keeping pace with us. A few of the other guys spotted it. Our bosun, a weathered old hand on the sea, squinted at it through his binoculars. "Humpback by the looks of it," he grunted. "Big fella lost his pod, maybe." But there was something off about it. It wasn't just its size, though it was easily one of the largest I'd ever seen, rivaling the length of our smaller tenders. It was its back. It was a roadmap of scars. Not just the usual nicks and scrapes you see from barnacles or miter tussles. These were huge, gouged-out marks. Some pale and old, others a more recent, angry pink. Long, tearing slashes, and circular, crater-like depressions. It looked like it had been through a war, and it was alone. Whales, especially humpbacks, are often social. This one was a solitary giant, a scarred sentinel in the vast empty ocean, and it was following us. Not just swimming in the same general direction, but actively shadowing our ship. If we adjusted course, it would adjust too, maintaining its position a few hundred yards off our port side. This went on for the rest of the day. Some of the crew found it a novelty, a bit of wildlife to break the tedium. I just found it unsettling. There was an intelligence in the way it moved, in the occasional roll that brought a massive dark eye to the surface, seemingly looking right at us. The second day was the same. The whale was our constant companion. The novelty had worn off for most. Now it was just there, a silent, scarred presence. I spent a lot of my off hours watching it. There was a weird sort of gravity to it. I couldn't shake the feeling that its presence meant something, though I couldn't imagine what. The scars on its back fascinated and repulsed me. What could do that to something so immense? A propeller from a massive ship? An orca attack? But on a scale I'd never heard of? Then, late on the second day of its appearance, something else happened. Our ship started to lose speed. Not drastically at first, just a subtle change in the engine's rhythm, a slight decrease in the vibration underfoot. The chief engineer, a perpetually stressed man, was down in the engine room for hours. Word came up that there was some kind of issue with one of the propeller shafts, or maybe a fuel line clog. Nothing critical, they said, but we'd be running at a reduced speed for a while, at least until they could isolate the problem. That's when the whale's behavior changed. It was dusk. The ocean was turning that deep, bruised purple it gets before night. I was leaning on the rail, watching it. The ship was noticeably slower now, the wake less pronounced. Suddenly, the whale surged forward, closing the distance between us with alarming speed. It dove, then resurfaced right beside the hole, maybe 20 yards out. And then, it hit us. The sound was like a muffled explosion, a deep resonant thump that vibrated through the entire vessel. Metal groaned. I stumbled, grabbing the rail. On the bridge, I heard someone shout. The whale surfaced again, its scarred back glistening. And then, with a deliberate, powerful thrust of its tail, it slammed its massive body into our hole again. Thump. This time, alarms started blaring. I could hear someone yelling from the deck below. The captain was on the wing of the bridge, a voice cutting through the sudden chaos. "All hands, report! What was that?" The whale hit us a third time. This wasn't a curious nudge. This was an attack. It was ramming us. The impacts were heavy enough to make you think it could actually breach the hull if it hit a weak spot. Panic started to set in. A creature that size? Actively hostile? We were a steel ship, sure, but the ocean's a big place. And out there, you're very much on your own. A few of the guys, deckhands mostly, grabbed gaff hooks and whatever heavy tools they could find, rushing to the side, yelling, trying to scare it off. The bosun appeared with a flare gun, firing a bright red star over its head. The whale just ignored it, preparing for another run. "Get the rifles," someone shouted. I think it was the second mate. "We need to drive it off." I felt a cold knot in my stomach. Shooting it? A whale? It felt monstrously wrong. But it was also ramming a multi-ton steel vessel. And that was just insane. It could cripple us. Or worse, damage itself fatally on our hull. Before anyone could get a clear shot, as a group of crew members gathered with rifles on the deck, the whale suddenly dove. Deep. It vanished into the darkening water as if it had never been there. The immediate assumption was that the show of force, the men lining the rail, had scared it off. We waited, tense, for a long 5 minutes. Nothing. The ship continued its slow, laborious crawl through the water. The captain ordered damage assessments. Miraculously, apart from some scraped paint and a few dented plates above the waterline, our ship seemed okay. But the mood was grim. What if it came back? Why would a whale do that? Rabies? Some weird sickness? "It's the slowdown," the veteran sailor said, his voice low as he stood beside me, staring out at the black water. "Animals can sense weakness. Ship's wounded, moving slow. Maybe it thinks we're easy prey. Or dying." "Prey?" I asked. "It's a baleen whale, isn't it? It eats krill." The veteran sailor just shrugged, his weathered face unreadable in the dim deck lights. "Nature's a strange thing, kid. Out here, anything's possible." The engine problems persisted. We were making maybe half of our usual speed. Every creak of the ship, every unusual slap of a wave against the hull, had us jumping. The whale didn't reappear for the rest of the night, or so we thought. My watch came around again in the dead of the night, the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. The deck was mostly deserted. The sea was calm, black glass under a star-dusted sky. I was trying to stay alert, scanning the water, my nerves still frayed. And then, I saw it. A faint ripple, then the gleam of a wet back, much closer this time. It was the whale. It had returned, but only when the deck was quiet. When I was, for all intents and purposes, alone. My heart hammered. I reached for my radio, ready to call it in. But then, it did something that made me pause. It didn't charge. It just swam parallel to us, very close. Its massive body a dark shadow in the water. It let out a long, low moan, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones more than I heard it with my ears. It was an incredibly mournful, almost pained sound. Then, it slowly, deliberately bumped against the hull. Not a slam, not even an attack. A bump, like a colossal cat rubbing against your leg. Thump, then another. Thump. It was the strangest thing. It was looking right at me. I swear. One huge dark eye, visible as it rolled slightly. It seemed, I don't know, desperate. They kept bumping the ship, always on the port side where I stood. Always these strange, almost gentle impacts. I didn't call it in. I just watched. This wasn't the aggressive creature from before. This was something else. It continued this for nearly an hour. The moment I saw another crew member, a slowly-looking engineer on his way to the galley, emerge onto the deck further aft, the whale sank silently beneath the waves and was gone. It was as if it only wanted me to see it, to witness this bizarre, pleading behavior. The next day, the engineers were still wrestling with the engines. We were still slow, and the whale kept up its strange pattern. During the day, if a crowd was on deck, it stayed away. Or, if it did approach, and men rushed to the rails with shouts or weapons, it would dive and disappear. But if I was alone on deck, or if it was just me and maybe one other person who wasn't paying attention to the water, it would come close. It would start the bumping. Not hard, not damaging, but persistent. Thump, thump, thump. It was eerie. It felt like it was trying to communicate something. The other crew were mostly convinced it was mad, or that the ship's vibrations, altered by the engine trouble, were agitating it. The talk of shooting it became more serious. The captain was hesitant, thankfully. Intentional maritime laws about protected species, but also, I think, a sailor's reluctance to harm such a creature, unless absolutely necessary. Still, rifles were kept ready. I started to feel a strange connection to it. Those scars, that mournful sound it made when it was just me. It didn't feel like aggression. It felt like a warning, or a plea. But for what? I'd stare at its scarred back and wonder again what could inflict such wounds. The gashes looked like they were made by something with immense claws, or teeth that weren't like a shark's. The circular marks were even weirder, almost like suction cups, but grotesquely large, and with torn edges. The morning it all ended, I was on the dawn watch. The sky was just beginning to lighten in the east, a pale gray smear. The sea was flat, oily. We were still crawling. The whale was there, off the port side, as usual. It had been quiet for the last 2 hours, just keeping pace. I felt a profound weariness. 3 days of this. 3 days of the ship being crippled. 3 days of this scarred giant shadowing us. Its intentions a terrifying enigma. I remember sipping lukewarm coffee, staring out at the horizon, when I saw the whale react. It suddenly arched its back, its massive tail lifting high out of the water before it brought it down with a tremendous slap. The sound cracked across the quiet morning like a gunshot. Then it dove. A panicked, desperate dive. Not the slow, deliberate submergence I was used to. It went straight down, leaving a swirling vortex on the surface. What the hell now? I muttered, gripping the rail. My eyes scanned the water where it had disappeared. And then I saw it, further back, maybe half a mile behind us. Something else was on the surface. At first, it was just a disturbance, a dark shape in the gray water. But it was moving fast, incredibly fast, closing the distance to where the whale had been. It wasn't a ship. It wasn't any whale I'd ever seen. As it got closer, still mostly submerged, I could see its back. It was long, dark, and glistening, but it wasn't smooth like a whale's. It had ridges and things sticking out of it, 2 of them on either side of its spine, arching up and then back. They weren't fins, not like a shark's dorsal fin or a whale's flippers. They looked like wings, leathery, membranous wings, like a bat's, but colossal. No feathers, just bare, dark flesh stretched over a bony framework. They weren't flapping. They were held semi-furled against its back, cutting through the water like grotesque sails. The thing was slicing through the ocean at a speed that made our struggling cargo ship look stationary. A cold dread, so absolute, it was almost paralyzing, seized me. This is what the whale was running from. This was the source of its scars. The winged thing reached the spot where our whale had dived. It didn't slow. It just tilted and slipped beneath the surface without a splash. As if the ocean were a veil it just simply passed through. For a minute, nothing. The sea was calm again, deceptively so. I was shaking, my coffee cup clattering against the saucer I'd left on the railing. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Flesh wings in the ocean? Then, the water began to change color, slowly at first. Then, with horrifying speed, a bloom of red spread outwards from the spot where they'd gone down, a slick, dark, crimson stain on the gray morning sea. It grew wider and wider. The whale, our whale. I felt sick, a profound sense of horror, and strangely, loss. The scarred giant, with its mournful cries and strange bumping pleas, it hadn't been trying to hurt us. It had been terrified. It was trying to get our attention, trying to warn us, maybe even seeking refuge with the only other large thing in this empty stretch of ocean, our ship. And when we slowed down, when we became vulnerable, it must have known we were drawing its hunter closer. Or maybe it was trying to get us to move faster, to escape. The slamming, it was desperate. The blood slick was vast now, a hideous smear on the calm water. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. My crewmates were starting to stir, a few coming out on the deck, drawn by the dawn. I heard someone ask, "What's that? Oil spill?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was still staring at the bloody water, a good quarter-mile astern now as we slowly pulled away. And then, something broke the surface in the middle of it. It rose slowly, terribly. It wasn't the whale. First, a section of that rigid, dark back. Then those hideous furrowed wings of flesh. And then, its head, or what passed for a head. There were no eyes that I could see. No discernible features, really. Except for what was clearly its mouth. It was a hole, a vast, circular maw, big enough to swallow a small car, and it was lined, packed, with rows upon rows of needle-sharp, glistening teeth, some as long as my arm. They weren't arranged like a shark's, in neat rows. They were a chaotic forest of ivory daggers, pointing inwards. The flesh around this nightmare's orifice was pale and rubbery, like something that had never seen the sun. It just was. A vertical abyss of teeth, hovering above the blood-stained water. It wasn't looking at the ship, not in a general sense. It was higher out of the water than I would have thought possible for something of that bulk, without any visible means of buoyancy beyond the slight unfurling of those terrible wings, which seemed to tread water with a slow, obscene power. It rotated slowly, and then it stopped, and I knew, with a certainty that froze the marrow in my bones, that it was looking at me. There were no eyes. I will swear to that until the day I die. There was nothing on that featureless, toothed head that could be called an eye. But I felt its gaze, a cold, ancient, utterly alien regard. It wasn't curious. It wasn't even malevolent, not in a way that I could understand. It was like being assessed by a butcher, a focused, chilling attention, right on me, standing there on the deck of our vessel. Time seemed to stop. The sounds of the ship, the distant chatter of the waking crew, faded away. It was just me and that thing, staring at each other across a widening expanse of bloody water. I could feel my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I couldn't breathe. Then, the chief engineer came up beside me, the same one who'd been battling our engine troubles. "God almighty," he whispered, his face pale. What in the name of all that's holy is that? The spell broke. The thing didn't react to the chief. Its focus, if that's what it was, remained on me for another second or two. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, it began to sink back beneath the waves, its toothed maw the last thing to disappear into the red. The captain was on the bridge wing, binoculars pressed to her eyes. Her face was a mask of disbelief and horror. Orders were shouted. "Full power! Get us out of here! Whatever you have to do, Chief, give me everything you've got." Suddenly, the engine problem that had plagued us for days seemed less important. Miraculously, or perhaps spurred by the sheer terror of what we'd just witnessed, the engine roared to life. The ship shuddered as it picked up speed, faster than it had moved in days. No one spoke for a long time. We just stared back at the bloody patch of water, shrinking in our wake. The silence was heavier than any storm. The realization hit me fully then, like a physical blow. The wail, the scars, the way it only approached when I was alone, bumping the hull, moaning. It wasn't trying to hurt us. It was running. It was terrified. It was trying to tell us, trying to warn us. Maybe it even thought our large metal ship could offer some protection, or that we could help it. When we slowed down, we became a liability, a slow-moving target that might attract its pursuer. Its frantic slamming against the hull when the ship first slowed, it was trying to get us to move, to escape the fate it knew was coming for it, and it had singled me out for some reason. Maybe I was just the one on watch most often when it was desperate. Maybe it sensed. I don't know. I don't want to know. The rest of the voyage was a blur of hushed conversations, wide eyes, and constant fearful glances at the ocean. We reported an unidentified aggressive marine phenomenon and the loss of a whale. But how do you even begin to describe what we saw? Who would believe it? The official log was sanitized. We made it to port. I signed off the ship as soon as we docked. I haven't been back to the sea since. I don't think I ever can. I've been at the Boone Creek station for 14 months now, and I can tell you that the rules make sense. Not immediately. Not the first week, when you're reading them off the laminated sheet and thinking someone's messing with the new guy. But after a while, they settle into you. They stop being rules and start being rhythm. And rhythm keeps you alive out here. And that's what Gene told me when he handed me the sheet on his last day. He'd done 9 years at Boone Creek, which is longer than anyone I've heard of lasting at a backcountry post. Most rangers rotate after 2, maybe 3 seasons. Gene looked like he could have stayed here forever. Calm, unhurried. He moved through the station like he'd grown out of the floorboards, like the walls had shaped themselves around him over the years. "You'll want to argue with some of these," he said, tapping the laminated page. "Don't." He said it in the same way you tell someone to wear a seatbelt. No drama, just fact. The station sits at the mouth of a hollow, about 16 miles from the nearest paved road. No cell service. Radio works when it wants to. The nearest town is Compton, population 400 and something, and even the people there don't come out past Mossy Ridge. The Ozarks are old mountains. I mean old in a way that goes beyond geology. The rocks out here are Ordovician, 450 million years of silence, give or take. The hollows run deep. The cave systems run deeper. And the topographic maps disagree with each other in ways that the survey office never explained. One USGS quad from 1987 shows a creek drainage running east off Pinter Ridge. The updated version from 2004 shows the same drainage running north. Nobody corrected it. Nobody filed an error report. They just printed the new map and kept moving. I should have paid more attention to that. The rules were straightforward on the surface. 22 of them, printed in plain type on a single laminated page, thumbtacked to the wall above the radio. Most were standard protocol. Log your patrols, keep the bear canister sealed, radio in by 8 every morning and 6 every evening. Normal backcountry stuff. Then there were the others. Rule 7 said that between October and March, you don't hike into the Pinter Hollow drainage after 2 in the afternoon. If a patrol requires entry after 2, you reschedule it. No exceptions, no judgment calls. Rule 11 said that if you hear movement on the roof off the station between midnight and 4 a.m., you do not investigate. You stay in your bunk. The sound will stop on its own. Rule 13 said the cairn at the junction off the Ridge Trail and the old fire road must be maintained. If any stones have fallen, you replace them before continuing your patrol. You never remove stones from the cairn. And Rule 16, that's the one that almost sent me to the district office to request a transfer. Rule 16 said that once per week, you place 1 gallon of water at the base of the limestone shelf at the mouth of Pinter Hollow. You use the steel pail from the supply closet, no other container. You set it down, and you walk back to the station without turning around. I called Gene about it the first week. He'd left his phone number on a sticky note inside the station logbook, which I thought was a kind gesture at the time. Just a veteran looking out for the new guy. "Just do it," he said. His voice was flat, not threatening, not evasive. Flat. The way someone sounds when they're telling you to change your oil or check your tire pressure. Maintenance. It's easier when you stop asking why. I almost hung up on him. Almost called my supervisor instead. But something about the way he said it, the total absence of performance, of someone trying to sell me on a story, it made me pause. He wasn't trying to scare me. He wasn't hazing me. He sounded like a man describing gravity. So, I did it. The first few times felt absurd. I'd fill the steel bucket from the hand pump behind the station, hike the 1/4 mile to the limestone shelf, set the bucket at its base, and walk back. The shelf is a natural overhang, where the bluff face erodes into the shallow recess. Nothing special about it. Just rock and drip stains and the smell of wet earth. I felt like a kid leaving cookies out for Santa Claus. The bucket was always empty the next morning. Not tipped over, not displaced. Sitting exactly where I'd left it, bone dry inside. Like it had been sitting in the sun for a week. I told myself it was evaporation. Deer. Raccoons. Anything with a mouth and a thirst. But animals leave tracks, and the ground around the shelf was always undisturbed. No prints, no scat. Nothing. I settled into the job faster than I expected. The isolation didn't bother me. If anything, it felt like a relief. I liked the quiet. I liked the way the fog sat in the hollow each morning, like something poured and left to cool. The days had a shape. Patrols, radio checks, maintenance, logbook entries. And the shape felt solid beneath me. The first time Rule 11 activated, I'd been at Boone Creek for about 3 weeks. I woke at 1:30 to the sound of something moving across the roof. Not scurrying, the way a raccoon or a possum would. Slow and deliberate, with a weight to it that pressed the old tin panels just enough to creak. My first instinct was to grab my flashlight and check outside. Probably a branch dragging. Probably nothing. But Rule 11 was pinned to the wall 6 feet from my head, and something about the quality of the sound, the patience of it, the precision, kept me flat on my back. I lie there for nearly 3 hours, tracking the movement by the creaking. It crossed the roof from north to south, then back, then paused near the center directly above my bunk. Then it stopped. I checked my watch, 4 a.m. exactly. The next morning, there was nothing on the roof. No tracks, no scratches, no branch. The tin was clean. I wrote it up in the logbook as an animal and moved on. But I didn't go outside to check at night again. Not that week. Not the week after. By month 2, I'd started maintaining the cairn as part of my Tuesday patrol route. The first few times I approached it, the stones were fine. Neat stack, thigh high, the kind of trail marker you'd see anywhere in the backcountry. Then, one morning, 2 stones from the top had shifted about a foot downhill. Not fallen, shifted, like they'd been nudged. I replaced them, tampered the stack, and kept walking. The next week, 3 were displaced, and 4. The cairn kept needing correction, and I kept correcting it. And at some point, I stopped logging it as unusual and started logging it as maintenance. By month 3, the rules weren't something I consulted. They were something I did. I maintained the cairn without reading Rule 13 first. I avoided Pinter Hollow after 2 without checking the clock. I carried the water on Tuesdays without marking it on the calendar. My body had absorbed the schedule the way your lungs absorb air. Automatic. Thoughtless. That's when I started noticing the changes. Not in the forest. In me. It was subtle at first. A heightened awareness of things that I shouldn't have been able to sense. The sound of water moving through limestone far beneath the trail. A shift in air pressure that told me something had changed in the hollow before I could even see or hear what it was. Month 5 is when it stopped being subtle. I was running my Thursday patrol on the Upper Ridge Trail, about 4 miles from the station, when I stepped off the path and started walking downhill. No reason, no thought. I just turned into the tree line and started descending into a drainage I'd never entered before. The slope was steep, choked with dreadfall and old-growth cedar. I didn't have a reason to be there. My legs did. 12 minutes later, I found him. A day hiker, maybe 60, sitting against a rock with his left ankle bent wrong. He'd been there since morning. No whistle, no signal mirror, no phone. He was about 2 hours from a very bad night alone in the hollow. I splinted his ankle, radioed for extraction, and guided the search and rescue team to our exact coordinates when they arrived. Everyone told me it was good instincts, veteran ranger stuff. I smiled and accepted the compliment. But I hadn't heard him, hadn't seen any sign of him. I'd been walking a familiar trail and my body had simply turned and walked directly to a man I had no way of knowing was there. I wrote it up in the logbook as a routine rescue. I didn't mention the part where I'd found him by feel, the way you find a light switch in a dark room that you've lived in for years. The night on the roof, the sound was different, lighter, almost gentle, like something tapping its approval. I started waking at night without the sound prompting me. I'd open my eyes at 1:17 a.m. and know, with perfect certainty, that something was on the roof. I could feel its weight. Not heavy, deliberate. It moved in slow, careful patterns, like something pacing out a measurement. By month 6, I could tell where on the roof it was without listening. The northwest corner, the center, the edge above the door. I'd track it in my mind the way you'd track a familiar song. I'd lie in my bunk, breathing slow, eyes on the ceiling, and wait. It always stopped at 4. Not around 4. At 4. The clock on the shelf would tick over, and the sound would just end. Like someone pressing stop on a recording. I followed Rule 11 every time. I never looked. The cairn started needing me more often. Stones would shift overnight, sometimes 2 or 3 at a place by morning. I'd replace them before I'd consciously registered they'd moved. My hands would reach for the right stone, fit it into the right gap, and I'd be walking again before the thought caught up to the action. Muscle memory, I told myself. Pattern recognition. You do something enough times, your body automates it. But that's not what was happening. I wasn't learning the rules. The rules were learning me. Finding out what I tolerate, testing how far routine could carry me before I pushed back. I never pushed back. Month 8 is when the new instructions started. I don't mean someone handed me an updated rule sheet. I mean, I woke up on Tuesday morning, and I knew. The same way I knew about the deadfall, the same way I knew about the roof, that I needed to walk the perimeter of the hollow at dusk. Not every night, just when it felt necessary. I couldn't define what necessary meant. I just knew when it was and when it wasn't. I'd finish my evening radio check, pull on my boots, and walk. Always counterclockwise, always the same pace, steady and unhurried, matching a cadence I hadn't chosen. I never decided the direction. My feet decided, and it was always counterclockwise. The walks took about 40 minutes. The perimeter of Pinter Hollow is maybe 2 miles along the old timber boundary ridgeline. But those 40 minutes felt different from any other time I spent in the forest. The air was thicker, not humid, present, like the space between the trees was watching me with something more attentive than eyes. The light would fade and the hollow would deepen beneath me, and I'd keep walking at the same steady pace without reaching for my headlamp. I didn't need it. I knew where every root was, every stone. Information was just there, delivered without request. Some nights I'd hear sounds from the hollow below. Not animal sounds, not wind. Something lower. A hum that lived beneath hearing. More pressure than noise. I'd feel it in my sternum, steady and patient, and my breathing would slow to match it without my permission. I never broke stride. I never looked down into the hollow. I just walked until the circuit was complete, and then I went back to the station and slept better than I had any right to. I mentioned the walks to Gene during one of our phone calls. He'd become something between a mentor and a confession booth by then. The silence on his end lasted long enough that I heard his kitchen clock ticking. "Yeah," he said finally. "That starts around month 8. I asked him what it meant. "It means you're doing fine. I should have pushed harder. I should have demanded an explanation. But that's the thing about the rules. About all of it. By the time the question's sharpen enough to matter, you've already lost the will to ask them. The routine has you. It's in your hands, your breathing, your sleep cycle. Questioning it would feel like questioning your own heartbeat. You could do it, but why would you? It's already working." Gene called me a few days later. He'd never called me before. It was always me reaching out. His voice was warm, almost fatherly. He asked how I was sleeping, asked if I was eating enough, told me the hollow can take more out of you than you realize. He said he was proud of how I'd settled in. It wasn't until months later, reading the journal, that I understood what the call was. Not a check-in, a progress report. He was listening for the signs, and whatever he heard in my voice was exactly what he needed to know. Around month 9, I started bringing things to the limestone shelf that weren't water. The first time it was a handful of gravel from the creek bed. I picked it up on the walk down without thinking, the way you'd pick up a wildflower along a trail. I set the stones next to the bucket and walked back. The next week, it was a strip of bark peeled from a red cedar. My thumb found the seam where it was already lifting from the trunk. I didn't decide to take it. My hands just knew it was ready. Then a knot of dried sweetgrass, then a piece of quartz, palm-sized, pulled from the creek bank. Each one felt specific. Chosen, not by me, through me. I'd set them beside the bucket the way you'd arrange items on an altar, though I never used that word. The word I used was offerings. It surfaced one morning when I was filling the bucket, and I let it stay. It felt accurate. It felt earned. The hollow responded, not in any way I can measure or include in a report, just a shift in feeling, like the pressure behind a closed door easing, like something vast and patient settling into a more comfortable position. Month 11, the logbook. Not the station logbook, the official one that I wrote in every day. The other one. It was in a locked drawer at the bottom of the supply closet. A drawer I'd walked past 300 times without trying. But that morning, my hand went to the combination lock, and my fingers dialed the numbers without hesitation. 3737. The lock popped open like it had been waiting. Inside was a cloth-bound journal, maybe 100 pages. No title, no name on the cover. The entries spanned decades, different handwriting, different ink, different eras, but all describing the same progression. The rules, the water, the cairn, the roof, the knowing, the dusk walks. An entry from 1971, written in a tight slanted script. It wants a keeper, not a sacrifice, not a worshipper. Just someone who tends to it the way you tend to a fire or a garden. That's all the rules are. Tending instructions. One from 1993, looping cursive, a woman's handwriting. I don't think it's evil. I don't think it's good either. It just is. Old and vast and patient. And it needs certain things done in a certain order by a certain kind of person. The rules find that person. The rules make that person. An entry from 2008, printed in block letters. 17 months. I don't dream anymore. I don't think that's a loss. I think the hollow dreams enough for both of us. There were other entries too, shorter ones. Some were just dates with no words beside them. One page near the middle had a single sentence underlined twice. The combination to the lock is never written down anywhere. You just know it when it's time. My fingers had known those numbers the way they knew the stones in the cairn, the way they knew which strip of bark to peel on the walk to the limestone shelf. The most recent entry before mine was Gene's. Neat handwriting, unhurried, just like his voice. One line, dated the day before he'd left the station. The next one's ready. I sat on the closet floor with the journal in my lap for a long time, not reading anymore, just sitting with it. The way you sit with a diagnosis you already expected. Not shocked, not afraid. Just rearranging everything you thought you understood into the shape it was always going to take. The rules hadn't been protecting me from the hollow. They'd been introducing me to it. Every stone I placed on the cairn, every gallon of water I carried down the limestone shelf, every counterclockwise lap at dusk, same pace, same breathing, same silence. I'd been learning a language I didn't have words for, performing a function I'd never been briefed on. And I'd done it so willingly, so naturally, that I'd mistaken obedience for instinct. I thought about leaving. I want you to know that. I thought about packing my ruck, hiking the 16 miles to the road, and driving until the Ozarks were a smudge in my mirror. I thought about it the way you think about holding your breath underwater. You can picture it. Your body just won't cooperate. The hollow wouldn't have stopped me. It doesn't trap people. It doesn't need to. The rules do the work gradually enough that by the time you understand what's happening, You're already the kind of person who stays. So, I stayed. I stay. I do my patrols. I maintain the cairn. I carry the water on Tuesdays and leave whatever my hands collect on the walk down. I circle the perimeter at dusk when the feeling arrives, counterclockwise, unhurried, breathing in time with something I can't name. I lie still when the weight moves across the roof at night, and I wait for 4 a.m., and I don't look up. I wrote my entry in the journal last week. 1 line, same as Jean's. I put it back in the drawer and spun the lock. There's a new ranger arriving on Thursday. Kid named Nolan. First backcountry assignment. Fresh out of seasonal training. The district office always sends them here first. I used to think that was a staffing coincidence, though the new hires at the remote post nobody else wants. I know better now. Boone Creek isn't where you send someone nobody wants. It's where you send someone the Hollow hasn't met yet. I've been cleaning up the station, reprinted the laminated sheet. Same 22 rules, same plain type. Checked the thumbtack, swept the cabin, filled the propane, left my phone number on a sticky note inside the logbook, right where Jean left his. I caught myself rehearsing, standing at the kitchen counter, mouthing the words in Jean's flat tone, practicing the cadence, making sure it was sounding natural, making sure it would sound like nothing at all. I stopped for a moment, looked at my reflection in the window. A man in a cabin at the edge of a hollow, rehearsing lines he'd been given by a man who'd been given them by someone else, going back decades, going back further than the journal, maybe further than the station itself. For about 3 seconds, I saw it clearly. What I was. What I'd become. Then, the feeling passed. My hands rinsed the coffee mug. My feet carried me to the door. The evening light was slanting through the trees, and I could feel the perimeter calling, soft and steady, the way it always does. Nolan will call me about Rule 16. They always call about Rule 16. And I'll tell him what Jean told me, in the same flat voice, with the same absence of theater. Not a warning, not a threat, just maintenance. Just do it. It's easier when you stop asking why. They'll listen. They always listen. And the rules will do the rest. The first time it happened, I thought it was a defect in the film. I'd been shooting portraits for 11 years by then, working out of a small studio on the second floor of a building in Koenji. There used to be a music shop. The shopping district was dying. Had been dying since before I moved in, and most of the storefronts on my block were either shuttered or running on fumes. The ramen place downstairs closed on Tuesdays and Thursdays to save on gas. The vintage clothing store across the street had a permanent 50% off sign in the window that no one read. My studio fit right in. I averaged maybe 4 clients a week, mostly headshots for actors who couldn't afford Shinjuku rates, and the occasional family portrait for people who still believed in printing photographs. My name is Sato. I shoot film. That's the detail everyone fixates on when I tell them what I do, as if it's an affection, a hipster pose. It isn't. I shoot film because film sees things that digital doesn't. There's a texture to it, a grain, a quality of light that lives in the emulsion, the way memory lives in the body. Imperfect, physical, irreplaceable. I've tried to explain this to people, and they nod politely, and they ask if I also do digital. I do not. I develop everything myself, in a darkroom I built in the studio's back closet. It's small, barely room to stand between the enlarger and the chemical trays, but it's mine. and the work that comes out of it is mine, in a way that no JPEG ever could be. When I pull a print from the developer and watch the image surface through the chemistry like something rising from deep water, I feel a connection to the work that I cannot replicate any other way. I'm telling you this so you understand that I know my process. I know my chemicals, my film stock, my equipment. I know what a defect looks like. I know what light leaks look like, what underdevelopment looks like, what happens when the fixer is exhausted or temperature drifts. What happened on Yuki Hamada's portrait was none of those things. Yuki was a theater actress, 26, sharp-featured and serious. She came in on a Wednesday afternoon for new headshots. We spent an hour shooting. Natural light from the studio's east window, minimal direction, the kind of session I prefer where the subject forgets about the camera, and I catch whatever truth surfaces in the forgetting. I developed the role that evening. 36 exposures, all clean, all well composed. Yuki had a striking face, and the camera loved her. I selected 8 frames for printing and hung them to dry and went to bed. The next morning, I came downstairs to check the prints and stopped in the doorway of the darkroom. Frame 14, a 3/4 profile. Yuki's face turned slightly toward the window, her jawline sharp against the dark background. It was one of the strongest compositions on the roll, but there was something on her neck that hadn't been there during the session. A growth. A small, raised mass just below her left ear, roughly the size and shape of a thumbnail, with a texture that looked organic, smooth at the center, irregular at the edges, like a mushroom cap or a barnacle. It was clearly part of the image, not a blemish on the print. It existed in the negative. I checked. I held the strip up to the light, and there it was, a small dark inclusion on Yuki's neck, with the unmistakable dimensionality of something that occupied a real space. But it hadn't been there. I had photographs from every angle. I had spent an hour looking at that neck through a viewfinder. There was nothing there. I reprinted the frame. The growth was identical. I printed it larger. The detail increased. I could see a faint vascularity at the edges, tiny branching lines that looked like blood vessels feeding the mass. It was beautiful, in a way that certain medical photographs are beautiful. The light caught its surface and gave it a pearlescent quality, almost luminous against her skin. I set the print aside and told myself it was an anomaly, a fluke of chemistry, a microscopic containment in the developer, something rational and reproducible that I could diagnose if I cared enough to try. I didn't try. Instead, I found myself going back to the print throughout the day, picking it up, tilting it under the desk lamp, studying the growth the way I would study any elements of a composition, its shape, its placement, the way it interacted with the light and shadow of the surrounding skin. It sat perfectly in the frame. That was the thing I couldn't stop thinking about. Whatever it was, wherever it had come from, it improved the photograph. It gave Yuki's portrait a quality I'd never achieved before, a tension, a wrongness that made the image impossible to look away from. Yuki called 4 days later. She was calm but confused. She said she'd found a lump on her neck, just below her left ear. She'd been to a doctor. He'd called it a cyst, probably benign, probably nothing. But she wanted to know if I'd noticed anything during the session. I told her I hadn't. She thanked me and hung up. I went back to frame 14 and looked at the growth and felt something I'm not proud of. Not concern, not even fear. A fascination. I began paying closer attention after that. Not to my clients, to their photographs. Mr. Doy came in for a corporate headshot in late January. The print showed a darker, irregular patch on his right temple, flat and mottled, with edges that feathered into the surrounding skin like spilled ink. 2 weeks later, he emailed to reschedule a pickup because he was seeing a dermatologist about a spot on his temple that had appeared suddenly. A mother brought her twin daughters in for a birthday portrait in February. In the developed image, the girl on the left had a small round protrusion on her index finger, smooth and pale, like a pearl embedded beneath the skin. I never heard from the family again, but I thought about that finger often. An elderly man named Kuroda sat for a portrait in March. He wanted something dignified for his family, he said. Something to remember him by. In the prints, there was a mass in his throat, visible through the skin, like a shadow behind frosted glass, large and dense, and unmistakably wrong. Kuroda died 7 weeks later. His daughter came to pick up the prints, and I gave her a different frame, one where his throat was clean. I kept the other one. I kept all of them. I started a file. Prints arranged chronologically, each one labeled with the subject's name, the date, the location of the growth on the photograph. And, when I could confirm it, the date the growth manifested on the actual person. The correlation was perfect. Every growth I photographed appeared on the subject in the exact location. It was within days of the session. Size, shape, texture, all identical, as if the photograph were a blueprint and the body was simply following instructions. I should have stopped shooting. I know. I should have closed the studio, sold my equipment, found work that didn't involve pointing a camera at human beings. But the photographs were extraordinary. I don't mean that as a justification. I mean it as a fact. The images that contained growths were, without exception, the best work I had ever produced. The compositions were sharper. The light was more complex. The subject's expressions carried a weight and a gravity that my clean photographs never achieved. It was as if the presence of the growth completed something in the image, added a dimension of truth that I had been chasing for 11 years, without knowing it. I started studying the patterns. The growths weren't random. Their placement, their character, seemed to respond to the composition itself. A subject photographed in harsh, angular light would develop something jagged and crystalline. Soft light produced smooth, rounded masses. When I shot from below, the growths appeared on the underside of jaws, in the hollows of throats. When I shot from above, they surfaced on scalps, on the tops of shoulders, on the bridges of noses. The camera wasn't documenting the growths. The camera was designing them. And the photographer, I understood this slowly, reluctantly, the way you understand anything that implicates you. The photographer was the architect. I tested it in April. A man named Fuji came in for headshots. He was bland and forgettable, the kind of client I normally processed on autopilot. And I decided, consciously, deliberately, to see what I could make the camera do. I positioned him in a profile against the window. I adjusted the lights so that it raked across his face at a severe angle, carving deep shadows along his cheekbone. I framed the shot so that his left ear was centered, prominent, almost sculptural. I was thinking, as I pressed the shutter, about coral, about the branching fractal architecture of coral formations I'd seen in a documentary. The way they grew in clusters that were simultaneously organic and geometric. The print showed a growth on Fuji's left ear. It was coral, not metaphorically, structurally. A branching, calcified formation erupting from the helix of his ear, white and intricate and horrifyingly precise. Exactly what I had envisioned when I pressed the shutter. I held the print under the enlarger light and examined every branch, every fork, every delicate calcified tendril, and each one corresponded to something I had imagined. The largest branch carved upward at the angle I'd pictured. The smaller offshoots clustered the way I wanted them to. It was like looking at a sketch I'd drawn from memory, rendered in flesh, with a fidelity that made my hand shake. I had done that. I had thought it into existence, and the camera had made it real. Fuji called me 2 weeks later, upset, saying something was wrong with his ear. I expressed sympathy. I recommended a doctor. I hung up and went into the darkroom and looked at the print and felt the same thing I felt with Yuki's portrait, amplified now by the knowledge that I had directed it. Not guilt. Not yet. That came later. What I felt was mastery. For the first time in my career, I wasn't capturing reality. I was authoring it. I spent the next 3 months refining my control. I learned that intention mattered. Vague, unfocused sessions produced small, indistinct growths, while directed, purposeful compositions produced larger and more elaborate ones. I learned that the emotional state of the subject influenced the texture. Nervous clients grew rough, fibrous masses. Calm clients grew smooth, almost elegant ones. I learned that black and white film produced growths that were pale and bloodless, while the single roll of color stock I tried produced something so vivid and vascular that I sealed the print in an envelope and never looked at it again. I was careful. I kept the growths small. I framed them in places that clothes would cover, that hair would hide. I told myself that what I was producing was manageable. Cysts, lumps, things that doctors could remove and explain away. I told myself that the subjects would be fine. Most of them probably were. I chose not to follow up. The file grew. 40 prints, 60, 80, each one a small masterpiece of composition and light, and the quiet, specific horror of a body doing something it shouldn't. I organized them by type: calcified, vascular, fibrous, unclassified. I noted which compositions produced which results. I kept detailed records of exposure time, film stock, lighting angle, and emotional state. It was research, I told myself. Documentation, the detached methodical work of someone studying a phenomenon rather than causing one. I kept the file in a locked drawer in the darkroom, and some nights I would take it out and spread the prints across the floor and look at them the way a painter looks at a retrospective, with pride, with distance, with the careful amnesia that separates the art from its cost. Kimura moved into the vacant storefront across the street in July. He was a digital photographer, young, confident, equipped with gear that cost more than my annual rent. He shot everything: weddings, products, headshots, real estate, and he charged half my rates and delivered overnight. Within a month, 2 of my regular clients had switched to him. Within 2 months, 4 more. He put a sign in his window that said, "Professional portraits, same-day digital delivery." And every time I looked at it, I felt something tighten in my chest. I'm not going to pretend this was purely professional. It wasn't. Kimura was everything I wasn't. Young, adaptable, unburdened by process or principle. He didn't care about grain or emotion or the sacred alchemy of the darkroom. He shot in RAW and edited on a laptop, and his clients couldn't tell the difference. And the fact that they couldn't tell the difference was, to me, an indictment of everything. He came into my studio once, in August, to introduce himself. He was polite about it, friendly even. He looked at my cameras in my darkroom and said with a smile that I'm sure he intended as generous, that it was nice to see someone keeping the old ways alive. He picked up one of my prints, a portrait I was particularly proud of, and held it at arm's length and said it had character. Character. The way you'd compliment an old building before they tear it down. I thought about him for a long time after that. In the darkroom, while the red light hummed and the prints floated in their chemical baths, I thought about his face, the geometry of it, the planes of his cheekbones, the angle of his jaw, the smooth expanse of his forehead. I studied it in my memory the way I study any composition, in terms of light and shadow and structure, in terms of what could be built there. I invited him for a portrait, a neighborly gesture, I said, a welcome to the block gift. He could hang it in his studio. He laughed and said, sure, why not? I spent 2 days preparing. I loaded the film slowly, deliberately, touching every frame advanced like a ritual. I set up the lights, harsh, angular, raking across from the left to carve deep, geometric shadows. I chose the lens with care, a 105mm portrait that would render every pore, every follicle, every microscopic imperfection of the skin in merciless detail. I cleaned the camera body. I mixed fresh chemistry for the darkroom. Everything precise, everything intentional. He came in on a Tuesday afternoon. and sat in the chair by the east window, and I photographed him with more care and more intention than I had ever given any subject in my career. I knew what I was doing. I want to be clear about that. I knew what the camera would produce, and I knew what would follow. I thought about bone, about calcium deposits, dense and structural, growing in places where bone should not grow. I thought about the architecture of the skull and what it would look like if that architecture decided to continue, to expand, to elaborate, to build new structures in the soft tissues of the face, like a cathedral adding wings. I thought about these things as I pressed the shutter. Again and again. 36 exposures. Every one composed with surgical precision. Every one aimed at a different region of his face, his jaw, his throat. I developed the role that night. The prints were the best work I'd ever done. The light was immaculate. The grain was fine and luminous. And on every frame and the locations I had chosen, there were growths. Dense, calcified masses with the branching complexity of antlers erupting from Kimura's jawline and temporal ridge and the column of his throat in formations that looked almost architectural, almost intentional, almost beautiful. I pinned the prints to the darkroom wall and looked at them for a long time. Then, I filled them with the others. I locked the drawer. I turned off the light. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't seen Kimura since. His studio's been closed for the past 5 days. The lights are off. The sign in the window's still there. But no one goes in, and no one comes out. I tell myself I don't know what happened. I tell myself that correlation is not causation. The photographs are just light and chemistry and silver halide. That I'm a portrait photographer in a dying shopping district and nothing more. But I loaded a new roll of film this morning, and I've been sitting here at the window, watching the street, watching the few remaining shops flicker through their routines. And I've been thinking about Mr. Harada at the ramen place downstairs. He plays his radio too loud at 6 a.m, and Mrs. Oda at the vintage store, who lets her garbage bags pile up against my building's entrance, and the landlord who raised my rent last month, even though the pipes don't work and the heating is unreliable. I've been thinking about all of them, and I've been thinking about light, and angle, and composition, and what I could build on the canvas of a human face if I really tried. The camera's loaded. The dark room is ready. The chemicals are fresh. The temperature perfect. And the red light is waiting. I have 36 exposures. That's enough for everyone on this street. I'm writing this from a room at Sunrise Hospital in Las Vegas. I don't know how much longer they'll let me use my phone. The doctors here think I'm having a psychotic episode. They gave me haloperidol an hour ago, and I can feel it pulling at the edges of my thoughts, trying to soften everything into compliance. But I'm not psychotic. I'm not delusional, and I need to get this down before the medication takes hold, or before what's growing inside me finishes what it started. My name's Cole. I'm 29. I moved to Las Vegas 8 months ago from Tulsa for a job that fell through, and I stayed because, well, leaving felt like admitting I'd failed. I live in a one-bedroom apartment at the Palms Royale, which is neither a palace nor royal. A stucco box off Boulder Highway, the kind of place where people land when they're between things. Nobody at the Palms Royale is where they intended to be. That's what made it easy for something like this to happen, and for nobody to notice until it was too late. 3 weeks ago, something entered my body. I know how it got in. I know when. I know exactly where on my skin it made contact. I've told 4 doctors, 2 nurses, a psychiatrist, and a crisis counselor. None of them believe me. They see a man with no insurance, no local family, and what they've charted as somatic delusion with self-injurious behavior. And they've decided that the things coming out of my skin or something I'm doing to myself. They're not. I'd been on the dating apps since I moved to Vegas. Not seriously, more out of boredom, and the particular emptiness that comes from living alone in a city designed for people who are together. Her profile appeared on a Thursday night. I'd just gotten home from a double shift at a distribution center off Warm Springs Road. I was swiping without even really looking. Her name was Dahlia. 3 photos. A close-up of her face, a full body shot in front of a desert landscape, and one of her hand holding a flower. A dahlia, presumably. The bio said almost nothing. New to the area, looking for connection. She was beautiful in a way that felt deliberate, not filtered or contoured. Something more structural. High cheekbones, dark eyes that had an almost luminous quality. Smooth, and even catching the light like it was slightly wet. We matched instantly. She messaged first. In my experience, women who look like that don't message first. But I was tired and lonely and flattered, so I didn't really think about it. She was at my door in less than half an hour. Dahlia was tall, 5'10", maybe 5'11", and thin in a way that was striking rather than fragile. Her skin, in the porch light, had that same quality from the photos. A sheen, a smoothness that didn't look quite like regular skin. Like she'd been lightly oiled. Like her skin had one more layer than it should. Her hands were warm. That's the detail I keep coming back to. When she touched my arm at the door, her hand was warm. But not body temperature warm. Warmer than that. Like she'd been holding something hot. She came inside. We talked. We drank. I won't narrate what happened after that. What matters is that she stayed the night. And at some point, 3 or 4 in the morning, I woke up, and she was sitting upright in bed beside me. Not laying down, not sleeping. Sitting, perfectly straight, perfectly still, facing the wall. Her right hand was on my stomach, palm flat, fingers spread, pressing. Not hard, just firm, sustained. Her hand was hot, not warm, hot, like a compress. And there was a sensation beneath her palm that I couldn't identify. Not pain, not pressure, but a kind of movement, a feeling of something being transferred, like her hand was a doorway, and something was passing through it, into me. I fell back asleep. When I woke up, she was gone. No note. Her profile deleted. She'd unmatched and vanished completely. But there was a mark on my stomach, centered just below my navel. Red, about the size of a silver dollar. Slightly raised, slightly warm. I put antibiotic ointment on it and went to work, and didn't think about it again for 2 days. But the mark didn't heal. By day 3, it had spread to the size of my palm. The center had darkened slightly purple, with a raised ridge running through it like a vein. It didn't hurt. It itched. A deep itch. The kind that lives beneath the skin where you can't reach it. The kind of itch that makes you want to dig. The discoloration was spreading in tendrils. Thin purple-red lines extending outward from the central mark like cracks in glass. They followed lines that had their own logic. Not along veins or muscle groups, but along pathways I couldn't predict. As if something beneath the skin was navigating terrain I couldn't see. By day 5, I could see the threads. They were thin, thinner than hair, almost transparent, with a slight iridescence like spider silk in sunlight. They emerged from the center of the mark, pushing through the skin the way a splinter works its way out. Except, these weren't working their way out. They were growing. I could watch them extend a millimeter, pause, extend again, slow and deliberate, like something feeling its way into a new environment. By day 7, there were dozens. I went to the urgent care clinic on Boulder Highway, waited 2 hours. The PA looked at the mark for maybe 10 seconds and said it was probably fungal. Prescribed me clotrimazole cream. I showed her the threads, pulled one taut with tweezers so she could see. She said she didn't see anything. The thread was between my tweezers, catching the light, clearly there. She said it was probably a clothing fiber. I applied the cream for a week. The mark got worse. By day 10, the threads had reached my ribcage. They moved under the skin, thin lines of pressure radiating outward, like roots from a seed. The visible ones continued to grow, some 2 or 3 inches long, and they developed a quality I can only describe as deliberate. They didn't just hang there like hair. They moved toward warmth, toward contact. When I brought my hand close, they leaned toward my palm like plants, leaning toward light. I went to a different urgent care, then the ER at Sunrise, then a dermatologist. Each time I showed them everything. The mark, the threads, the subcutaneous lines I could trace with my finger. Each time they found nothing. Not, we see something but don't know what it is. Nothing. The dermatologist did a skin scraping and found no fungal elements, no parasites. She told me the redness was likely psychosomatic. I pulled one of the threads right there in her office, 6 inches long, slightly iridescent, glistening. I held it up. She looked at it the way you look at someone who's just confirmed your suspicion that they're unwell. She said it was a fiber. She said there's a name for what I had. Delusional parasitosis. She wrote it down on a prescription pad like a diagnosis, like a name for what I was, instead of what was inside me. The word delusional does something to you when it's applied by someone in a white coat. It doesn't just describe your condition. It restructures your credibility. You're not reporting symptoms anymore. You're exhibiting them. Your observations become evidence of your illness. Your instance becomes a symptom. The more you fight the label, the more it firmly attaches. I showed my coworker Ty the mark on day 12. He was the closest thing I had to a friend in Vegas. I pulled up my shirt in the break room and said, "Look." The mark had spread to cover most of my lower abdomen, dark lines branching outward like a river delta, with clusters of visible threads emerging at the nodes. It looked wronged. It looked like something that shouldn't be happening to a human body. Ty's face did something complicated. Not horror, discomfort. The kind that comes from being asked to witness something you'd rather not be involved in. He said it looked like a rash. He said he couldn't really see anything when I showed him the threads. And I saw the shift, the recategorizing of me. He was looking at me the way the dermatologist had. Within a week, he told our supervisor I seemed off. I was called in for a wellness check. That was really a warning. By day 17, I was separated from the job. The supervisor said I was welcome to reapply after I'd gotten things sorted out. The organism had taken my job the same way it would take everything. Not directly, but by making me into someone the world couldn't accommodate. The threads were invisible to everyone else, but their effects weren't. The scratching, the desperation, the slow erosion of the person I'd been. The organism's camouflage wasn't invisibility. It was plausible deniability. It hid behind a diagnosis that everyone was already prepared to believe. Day 18, the threads reached my chest. The visible threads had multiplied into hundreds, covering my lower torso in a pattern that looked almost beautiful in certain lights, like filigree, like embroidery, and the ones that had been growing longest had developed structures on their tips, tiny bulbs, smaller than a pinhead, that looked almost like seed pods, or eggs, something designed to carry and distribute. That was the day I started pulling them, tweezers at first, then needle-nosed pliers when they'd gotten thicker and more deeply anchored. Each one came with a bead of blood and a sensation of tearing that went deeper than skin. And because they were connected, every thread to every other thread, and beneath them, the network continued. And they grew back. Every time. More of them. Longer. As if the pulling had stimulated growth. As if the organism interpreted my resistance as encouragement. By day 20, the threads reached my neck. I lined my apartment with the curtains drawn and understood that I was being consumed. Not the way a disease consumes, attacking and destroying. This was integration. The organism wasn't killing my tissue. It was replacing it, thread by thread, filament by filament, substituting itself for me. When I lie still, the growth was smoother, almost gentle. When I moved or fought, the filaments tightened, not pushing, correcting. The way a vine tightens around a trellis when the wind tries to shake it loose. At night, I lie in bed in the dark and listen to my own body. Not my heartbeat, not my breathing. The other sounds, a faint, rhythmic rustling, like silk being drawn through a needle. The sound of threads growing, extending through tissue, branching at junctions, weaving themselves into the architecture of what I used to be. And the organism had preferences, warmth, darkness, stillness. The more it grew, the more its preferences felt like mine. Day 21, I pulled a thread from my forearm that was 2 feet long and didn't break. I wound it around my finger, and it pulsed. I could feel my own heartbeat in it, transmitted through the filament, like a signal through a wire. It wasn't a single strand anymore. It was braided, 3 or 4 filaments twisted together into something structural. The ER doctor saw what every doctor before him had seen. Self-harm, excoriation, a man destroying his own skin and blaming something invisible. The psychiatrist asked her assessment questions. I told her everything. Dahlia, the mark, the threads. She nodded through all of it, calm, patient. Then she recommended a voluntary psychiatric hold. I asked her to look. I lifted my shirt. By then, the threads covered my torso from hip to collarbone, shimmering in the fluorescent light, moving in a slow, synchronized undulation, like seagrass in a current. She looked at my chest the way you look at a wall. I pulled a thread, held it between my fingers, extended it toward her, and it reached for her hand, the way the threads always reached for warmth. She looked at my empty fingers and understood that whatever these threads were, they existed in a space that no one else could access. I agreed to the hold, not because I believed them, because the threads had reached my jaw, and I was afraid of what would happen when they reached my brain. The psych ward at Sunrise is its own kind of horror, not because of the other patients. My roommate Gerald talks to someone named Captain Frank, who isn't there, and the woman across the hall hums the same 4 notes on a loop. And the horror is the system. When I told the nurse my skin felt different, she documented, patient continues to express somatic delusions. When I asked for a mirror so I could check the progression, the request was denied, because mirrors can be triggering for patients with body-focused fixations. When I tried to explain what was happening calmly and rationally, the psychiatrist noted, patient demonstrates elaborate delusional framework with high internal consistency, suggestive of encapsulated psychotic episode. High internal consistency. She meant my story made too much sense for a crazy person. The diagnosis was unfalsifiable. There was no version of Cole who could describe what was happening to his body and be believed. The medication doesn't affect the threads. The haloperidol softens my thoughts. Makes it harder to maintain the distinction between what I want and what the organism wants. The doctors think they're treating psychosis, sedating the only part of me that's still fighting. Yesterday, Gerald shook my hand. A normal interaction, maybe 2 seconds of contact. But I felt the threads in my palm surge toward the surface, toward his skin. When I pulled away, a single thread stretched between us, swaying, then broke. Gerald didn't notice. But this morning, Gerald was scratching his palm. I searched for Dahlia everywhere. Nothing. She doesn't exist in any digital space. But I've been thinking about her profile photo. The one of her hand holding the flower. Her wrist, just visible at the edge of the frame. There were threads, fine as silk, catching the desert light. She wasn't carrying the organism. She was the organism. What I'd taken for luminous skin was the threads. Millions of them. Woven so tightly, they'd replaced whatever she'd been before. She was the finished product. The thing I'm becoming. This morning, a doctor came who wasn't part of the psych team. Older. He came alone, without a nurse, without a chart. He closed the door, pulled up a chair, and said 4 words. Show me the threads. I lifted my shirt. He didn't flinch. He looked at the threads the way a mechanic looks at an engine, with recognition. He took out surgical forceps, gripped a thread at the base, and pulled, gently, with the practiced control of someone who'd done this many times before. He told me he'd been tracking cases like mine for 11 years. They appear in clusters, always in transient populations. Vegas, Phoenix, Houston. Always initiated through contact with individuals matching Dahlia's description. Always invisible to standard examination. Always diagnosed as delusional parasitosis. Always progressing to full integration within 4 to 6 weeks. He said the organism isn't terrestrial. He said that calmly, the way you'd say the weather was changing. Not anything that existing biology can categorize. A colonizing agent that builds itself from available organic material. And then, when the host is fully integrated, it seeks a new host through contact. A reproductive cycle measured in bodies. I started crying. Not when the threads appeared. Not when the doctors called me delusional. Not when I lost my job. But when this stranger said, show me the threads. When he confirmed that what was happening was real. Something in my chest unlocked. The relief lasted about 30 seconds. Then he rolled up his sleeve. His forearm was covered in threads. Dense, mature, woven into his skin so tightly, they looked like they'd always been there. That sheen, that smoothness. He was one of them. He said he'd completed his transformation 6 years ago. The process was irreversible after a certain point, a point I had already passed. The organism didn't destroy consciousness, he said. It restructured it. He was still himself, still a doctor, but also something else, something additional. He described it as a partnership, but his eyes didn't match the word. He said I could fight it or let it finish. Either way, it was going to finish. Then he put his hand on my shoulder. His hand was warm, warmer than it should have been. And the threads in my shoulder surged toward his palm, the way every living thing surges toward what it recognizes. He left 20 minutes ago. The nurse didn't log his visit. I don't think they saw him. I'm writing this because the doctor was wrong about one thing. He said I had a choice between terror and understanding. But there's a third option. Testimony. The threads are in my hands now. I can feel them in my fingers as I type. They've been in my chest and stomach for weeks. They reached my neck 2 days ago, my jaw yesterday. And this morning, I felt them behind my eyes. A faint pressure. A sense of something settling in, making itself comfortable in the spaces where I keep my thoughts. My skin is changing. The texture is smoother. The sheen is developing. When I hold my hands up to a fluorescent light, I can see the threads just beneath the surface. A dense network that looks less like an infection and more like architecture. Something is being built out of me, and the building is almost done. If you're reading this, if you're on an app in a city where nobody knows your name and someone matches with you who seems too beautiful, too available, too willing, pay attention to their skin. Look for the sheen. Look for the smoothness. And if they touch you, and the touch is too warm, and in the morning they're gone, and there's a mark where their hand was, go to a doctor. Show them. And when they tell you nothing is there, don't believe them. Believe your body. Believe the itch. Believe the threads. The haloperidol's hitting hard now. My thoughts are going soft at the edges. The threads are settling in behind my eyes, and the sensation isn't pain. It's warmth. A hum, low and constant, like the sound of something being woven. Gerald is scratching his palm again, and I don't think I'm going to tell him why.